And welcome back as we are getting underway with pre-finals this afternoon. The first up is kid kart, so we're going to keep you guys updated throughout the pre-finals as we get set to go for the features this afternoon. So let's get into it. Currently on track is kid karts. Up next is going to be kid kart novice. So if you're in kid kart novice, you need to be up on grid. 2 and 4 cycle novice, you need to be up on pre-grid. 2 and 4 cycle novice to pre-grid. 206 senior medium, you are going to be up on deck. Again, this is going to be similar to what we saw yesterday, the first part of the doubleheader. It is going to be 5 laps for the kid karts, kid kart novice, and 2 and 4 cycle novice. 6 laps for all others, juniors, seniors, and masters. And we're going to do 1 pre-final for each group before we get started with our features this afternoon at 1:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like, you can go down to the main lobby and get yourself a printed out schedule so you can stay up to date. Again, if you do see the printed schedule and or if you're looking online on Instagram and Facebook at the digital rotation, we are not running the Collegiate GP today, so if you see Collegiate GP on there, go ahead and either take a mental note it's not going to be on track or scratch it off in general so that you do not get confused as I did this morning with times thinking that it was 11 o'clock when all in reality it was 10. But the time now is 11:02 and we are currently watching the kid karts making their way on track. Diesel Maxwell out in front is here watching on your screen. But again, if you're in kid kart novice, you need to be on grid. If not, you're in the wrong place. 2 and 4 cycle novice to pre-grid. 206 senior medium should be up on deck. Kid Kart Novice is now out on track for their quick little heat race that they're going to do. Again, 5 laps is the distance for Kid Kart Novice, and 2 and 4 Cycle Novice. So once this 5 laps is completed, we're then going to send out 2 and 4 Cycle Novice. When they go out, because they should be on grid right now, we're going to send out our 206 Senior Medium. That is going to be 6 laps long, followed by our 206 Junior will be up on pre-grid, and then our 206 Junior Sportsman will be up on deck. Again, these are going to go by fairly quickly, so please make sure that you are on grid at the appropriate time. This is also another reminder that we have Brozini's Pizza here. There is a food truck located just on the north side of the grid area. So if you'd like to get yourself some lunch, you can get a big old slice of za from there. We also have our concession stand if you need something to drink or snack on. So please go ahead and check out Brozini's Pizza and our concession stand if you need anything going forward here this afternoon. So that is checkered flag in the air for the Kid Kart Novice. Up next is going to be 2 and 4 Cycle Novice set to take their pre-final here shortly. And when they go out, like I said before, 206 Senior Medium will be pushed up to being on grid. 206 Junior be up on pre-grid. 206 Junior Sportsman will be up on deck. That is all coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. We hope if you're here at the track, you're having a good day. The clouds are over. It's a little bit chilly outside, but not too bad for fall afternoon. If you're watching from home, we know that there's a whole bunch of races going on today, whether it be Formula One, Kart Chasers coverage of the TSRS Series, and or the Rotax Grands that's going on at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Wherever you're watching from, we want to thank you for tuning in, and hopefully we can keep you well entertained as we continue with a full day of racing, starting now with our pre-finals and moving on into our features later this afternoon. And green flag is out. And again, for those of you tuning back at home wondering what type of layout we're doing, well, actually, no one has really driven on it who has been here today. This is a completely new layout for all of our competitors here this afternoon. It has been used into testing with our employees, but outside of that, hasn't really had a lot of seat time. So most of these drivers, whether it be in the junior classes, the sportsman classes, senior classes, master classes, they're all trying to figure out their setup. So today might be a little interesting as far as the positions moving back and forth between drivers, figuring out gearing setup, chassis setup, whatever it might be. So look for some people to shuffle around. You may see some guys quicker in the pre-final, and then the rest of the field catches up to them in the feature, or vice versa. You may see someone who's quick in the pre-final, they try to maybe try something different, and then it goes backwards on them. So today might be just a little interesting and always exciting here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Some consider this one a bull ring, but ever since the expansion, we're going to call it a bull ring and a half, since it's just a little bit bigger than what it used to be, but at the same time, some still say it has that short track feel to it. As you're currently watching, the top two out in front, Chase Call runs P2 to Zachary Pelkey running out in front. Sorry, Zachary Pleak running out in front in that kart number 4. He actually just now falls back into now a 1.7 second gap out in front. So he is definitely getting his spacing work to his advantage here in the first lap. Chase Call currently running in P2, and Miller Rosa running in the 3rd position. So that is going to be your top 3. But right now, Zachary opening up a very large margin over the rest of the field here in the beginning parts of the race. And again, the 4-cycle novice class kind of bridges the gap between those who are running in the kid kart division and then moving their way up into the junior division as well, or sportsman. So it's just a little area where you can go where you're still developing your skills, you're still learning how to race, you're still getting a flow for everything. So it's a perfect learning opportunity for these kiddos to get a feel for having more power behind them than what they might be used to in the kid kart division, whether it be with a Comer or a 206 kid kart engine. So we're going to continue to watch for these next 4 laps, but up next, it's going to be a good one. 206 Senior Medium brought us all sorts of entertainment yesterday, and I have a feeling it's going to continue to bring even more entertainment today. So stay tuned. We're going to keep you guys updated with this race we're watching right now for the 4-cycle novice. But after that, we're going to get into the 206 Senior Medium. So if you are 206 Senior Medium and you're not on grid, unfortunately, you're in the wrong place. And after that, we're going to go to 206 Junior, be up on pre-grid. 206 Junior Sportsman is up on deck. welcome back here as we are getting underway with our 2:06 medium, and already off of the bat, it was a little bit of a chaotic start when we had a driver of Adam Maxwell, unfortunately, ended up somehow into the cones. Didn't get a good view of what happened there, but he did fall off the pace, was able to get back going, so he is on track, but unfortunately he has lost sight of the main field. So you are currently watching your leader of Eli Fox out in front on that new Gen Haas chassis. Then following right behind is Brenna Hanville in that cosmic green suit. He's trailing roughly about a second behind, 0.34 seconds behind Eli Fox out in front. And then it bunches up a little bit more. You get to Dylan Howardson on the iCart USA entry, followed by Levi Wilbur in the MGM and Jared Howardson, another fellow iCart. And then you get back to Evan McCorkadale, who's now down in the 6th position on the Burrell Art USA chassis. So it's a little bit hectic here from the bat. And again, these pre-finals determine where you start in the feature. So if you have a bad run here, yes, as a driver, I'm sure it's very tough to try to mentally come over that, but at the same time you still have another opportunity to where everyone starts all over again, but you're bunch back up and you can try to collect your thoughts and work your way back up through the field. But for now, if you do have a bad run, it's all about trying to make it to the end. So 3 more laps to go here. Your top 3 still remain Eli Fox, Brenna Hanville, and Dylan Howerton, 1, 2, 3. And Howerton seems to be actually pulling away from his brother Jared Howerton by roughly, last time by, he ran a 49.3. Jared Howerton went almost identical, just a little bit slower, 49.348 to Dylan Howerton's 49.353. So we'll keep an eye on that gap with 2 laps to go. Not a whole lot should change here. Evan McCorkadale is closing up onto the back bumper of Jared Howerton with the toe to his advantage, so he might make up a position or by the time the checkered flag comes out there. But as of now, there's pretty equally spaced out in front. Brenna Hanville has got all sorts of breathing room in front and a very comfortable margin from behind to Dylan Howerton. He currently has about 1.1 seconds between himself and Dylan Howerton running in the 3rd position. So Hanville, he can take it a little bit easy if he wants to. Can't fully put it in cruise control because Howerton is almost within that towing distance of him if he can get just a little bit closer to him. But Eli Fox can comfortably put it in cruise control mode as he has got all sorts of time, about 2 seconds between himself and Brenna Hanville as we're looking now. White flag in the air. There's your leader, Eli Fox, going by now. And again, this track layout we talked about, it's all about driver craft and setup. Haven't really ran this one before. Talking to a couple of the drivers, Adam Dietz especially said that he's a huge fan of it. He said he's not quite sure how it's going to race. However, he says that it's a blast to drive. And from what we've seen from today, our testing pool is not big enough to make a statistical determination of how well this track's going to race. I have a feeling, though, once everyone gets packed up, it could cause for some good passing. We are going back into the inner hairpin that we didn't use yesterday, and that one has always been able to bunch up the field and created a good towing opportunity from there all the way over into the newer parts of the track. So we're going to continue to watch here as Eli Fox, he's on the left-hand side of your screen. He's going to make his way through, take the checkered flag, and he will start on pole position this afternoon for 206 Senior Medium. Brenna Hanville is going to come across in P2. Dylan Howerton on that inside of the 2nd row in P3. Jared Howerton's going to join him on the outside of row number 3 in the 4th position, making an iCart Howerton brother lockout. And then you get to Evan McCorkadale, who's going to start on the inside of row number 3, followed by Levi Wilbur on the outside of row number 3, and then Brendan Mayfield, Mason Green, and Adam Maxwell rounds out your field for 206 Senior Medium. So that's going to wrap that one up. We're going to get it set, ready to go. Up next is going to be your 206 Junior, followed by 206 Junior Sportsman, 206 Senior Heavy, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And we're getting set to go with our 206 junior class. Let's line them up here. Lane Gibbs on the WPK MPG entry. Sam Tutwiler starting to the outside of row number 1 as we are green down into turn number 1. It looks like Tutwiler is going to get the advancement from the outside lane, go straight up to the point, and it looks like as well Lane Gibbs might be being shuffled back a little bit farther through the field. I believe that is now Thomas Anthony in the 317 up to the second position. So a 2-car breakaway out in front, and then that second pack continues to hustle and bustle back and forth, causing them to break away from the rest of the field. And now in the third spot goes Lane Gibbs, our pole sitter, but he's in an island of his own right now. The top 2 have linked up as you are watching live here right now, going into the south side hairpin, so they're pushing away. There's Lane Gibbs in that third spot. He doesn't have any help from behind. He's getting a little bit of a tow from the front group, but probably not as much as he wants to do right now. These are 6-lap pre-final events. They're going to go by fairly quickly, so Lane Gibbs is going to have to get up on the wheel if he wants to catch up to the top 2 as they head down into turn 1 for the first time. And again, we're looking at now 5 laps to go. This is going to be a quick one here as they continue to follow Thomas Anthony. For call back to yesterday, he had a pretty decent race. He was up in that second pack because Sam Tutwiler in that layout we had yesterday figured something out in the setup, on top of the fact that he is a very experienced driver here, not only at Whiteland Raceway Park, but most tracks in the Midwest, was able to pull away by a very significant margin, and it left that young man right there, Thomas Anthony, along with Lane Gibbs, Maddox Hooper, and Braden Rudder, were all going for that third spot. But now Sam Tutwiler's got pressure from Thomas Anthony currently, and Tutwiler, he had the perfect lockout yesterday, got pole position, won the pre-final, won the feature, so now he's trying to see if he can't do a complete sweep of the weekend of all 3, and he didn't quite get pole, but there is a chance of the pre-final and the final. So if he's able to maintain this, he will have gotten 5 out of the 6, or a possibility for it, but it could all be spoiled by that 317, Thomas Anthony right on his back bumper. Anthony's been doing that accordion effect where he closes up to him, falling back just a little bit. His kart may have been set up better under colder conditions as the tires aren't fully up to temperature as soon as they take the green. It takes about 3 or 4 laps for everything to actually come into its own. Tires to come up to temperature, pressures to come up before we actually get a good read on who's going to be competitive in the long term of the race here. And in that hairpin that we saw there, Tutwiler using that accordion effect, closes back up, stays fairly close to the back bumper of Tutwiler. About a half a kart length separates himself and kart number 9 of Tutwiler out in front. And a little bit farther back, Lane Gibbs last time, he was about 0.9 seconds back on the leaders. Let's see what it is this time by. Maintains about the same, 0.98. Last time was a 0.99. So we made up about 1/100th. Not going to be enough, especially with 3 laps to go. He's going to need something big to happen out in front. I don't think it's going to happen for him, though. Tutwiler is pulling away from Thomas Anthony. Last time by was 0.3 of a second. Previous time was about 0.2. So Tutwiler about 1/10 better each lap. Although last lap he was about 5/100ths better than Anthony was. So out of the Daytona corner, Tutwiler just needs to maintain this gap if he wants to start in pole position. Anthony is going to have to pick it up here quickly if he wants a chance to start on pole, although we don't really get a good read yet on which lane's preferable going into the start. Sometimes the outside lane actually is better, especially here. They go green into turn 1. Turn 1 is still at the slight banking that we've seen at the old turn 1 at the old layout that we had before the extension. So if you can maintain the outside lane, you're set up perfectly for the inside heading into turns 2 and 3, which is kind of one big sweeping dogleg corner. So we might see that the outside lane may have some benefit that we didn't see yesterday going into turn 1 at the different layouts. So now Sam Tutwiler out in front, opened up now a half a second over Thomas Anthony. He's got about a lap and a half to go before he can officially be locked into that provisional pole position. Thomas Anthony's still P2. Not a whole lot has changed all the way through. Lane Gibbs still in P3. Gage Justinato running in the 4th position on the Eagle chassis. Maddox Hooper on the new Gen Haas in P5. Braden Rudder back out of having a shoulder injury at the beginning of the year. Collarbone injury at the beginning of the year. Running on the red speed, finds himself in P6. Dane Van Dyke, who we saw very competitive in the KA and a little bit in the 206. He was up in that second pack battle yesterday on the EOS OTK chassis, finds himself in P7. Kyler Peebles on the AMAX entry Evo kart finds himself in P8. And then Raider Santos on the MGM P9. Evan Patton is currently registered in 10th. Coming up now, white flag was shown last time by. We're waiting for the checker flag to be shown this time by for that young man of Sam Tutwiler out in front. He isn't going to get the full perfect sweep of the weekend, but he has a chance to get 5 out of the 6, and he's about to do number 4 right now. If he can just bring it on home in the last 2 corners, he will start on pole position this afternoon and be able to have a better chance here to go for the perfect sweep. There it is. Checkered flag is out. Sam Tutwiler will take the win here this afternoon. Thomas Anthony P2. Blaine Gibbs comes across in 3rd. Gage Justinato comes across in 4th. Maddox Hooper will round out the field in 5th. So that will do it for our 206 junior class. Up next, it's another deep field. It's a 206 junior sportsman set to come to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And here we go for the Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. Pre-final set to come to you as here comes AJ Stoner and Titus Roberts. Now going to get set 1 and 2. AJ Stoner yesterday drove through the field from the back mid-pack all the way up to the front and then opened up a significant lead over the rest of the field during the feature event. And he now has got a good starting position for the pre-final, and just like that, he's opened up about a 5 or 6 kart length lead over Titus Roberts, set to start in P number 2 and currently running in the 2nd spot. Dylan Thomas slotted into that P3 position, followed by Lincoln Wiley. Jackson Stone, who I believe got put up on the podium position yesterday, finishing in P3 after an unfortunate event happened in the front part. Jackson Stone was able to work his way up in the pre-final, and then when it came time for the feature, played a very smart race, just working his way through the field, got put in prime opportunity to be up in the front half of the group. So now, let's see if he can repeat it and do it again. He's currently up into the 4th position, so he's going to be set to start outside row number 2 if he can maintain the spot that he's at. Your top 2, though, AJ Stoner, who you're watching on the screen right now in kart 214, he's got about a 1.7 second lead over Titus Roberts. Titus Roberts also has a little bit of room for a buffer, currently sitting about 1 second ahead of Dylan Thomas, but Dylan Thomas is going to have his hands full because he's got Jackson Stone right behind him, followed by Easton Shores, Dominic Gaddis in the 6th position, Lincoln Wiley P7, Kason Hendrickson in the AMAX Evo kart in P8. Nico Santos in the Tony Kart entry and P number 9. Colby Haggard set now in 10th. Brett Hastings in 11th. And Lincoln DeCoster in the 12th position. So that is the rundown after lap 1. 1 through 12 karts deep is what we got in the field. And already it's starting to get a little heated up there for the 5th and 6th position. That was between Easton Shores, Dominic Gaddis, and then right behind those two as well, you got Lincoln Wiley, Kason Hendrickson as they're throwing haymakers back and forth on each other heading into turn number 2. Everyone is still trying to see if they can't slide on that second pack. Meanwhile, your top 3 have started to get some separation. So AJ Stoner, like we said before, last time by, 1.7 second lead. Currently sitting at a 2.1. Dylan Thomas is running in 3rd, now sitting at a 1.1 second lead over Jackson Stone. So he is slowly pulling away from that second pack. Jackson Stone, like we said before, worked his way up to 4th. He's currently leading that second pack and has got a beehive behind him, so he doesn't really have an opportunity to link up with someone from that second group and work the way up through the field, especially now that we're looking at 3 laps to go. However, slowly but surely, we're seeing Dylan Thomas in the Top Kart USA entry closing up onto Titus Roberts. Last time by, he had a 0.7 second deficit between himself and Titus Roberts. Now it's down to 0.5, so he's closing up not as much as he needs. If he continues to stay at this 2/10 of a second close-in, he would catch Titus Roberts here in about the next 2.5 laps. There's 3 laps to go. He's going to need to get into that draft and close up even quicker at the end of this lap and especially into the next. So he does have an opportunity to possibly close up to him. There's a shot just a little bit farther back. That's Jackson Stone now into 5th. I think he was able to get back around. Easton Shores in the Nitro up into 4th. Actually, that is Jackson Stone slotting into the 5th position. So he was passed by Easton Shores on the Nitro kart, but just in front of them, actually that gap has seemed to be maintaining, and it is. This time by is a 0.529. Last time was a 0.509. So there's your 2nd and 3rd. Titus Roberts in that new gen Haas entry in kart 19. Dylan Thomas in the Top Kart USA, kart number 11 in 3rd. So that is your top 3. AJ Stoner out in front, Roberts, and then Thomas. Thomas needs a little bit more, but I don't think he's going to get it in enough time that he needs. But a little bit farther back from this group, let's see if we can pan back to it, is Easton Shores, Jackson Stone. And there's Jackson Stone. He's trying to get a little bit of help there from Dominic Gaddis. He's saying, point me forward. Let's give a little bit of a push. We got about a lap and a half to go, as they were shown 2 to go last time by. Easton Shores taking a little bit of a defensive line, holding off. This is the battle for the 4th, 5th, and 6th position. Just behind them, Lincoln Wiley is behind Dominic Gaddis. There's your leader, AJ Stoner, and you can see just how much clean air he has out in front. 3.8 second lead between himself and Titus Roberts in the 2nd spot. Titus Roberts able to open up another 2/10, and Dylan Thomas has about 0.7 over the rest of the field. And there's Easton Shores in that Nitro holding off Jackson Stone and the Charles Leclerc, and then Dominic Gaddis right behind him in that second pack of Lincoln Wiley and Kason Hendrickson. They have closed in. It is a 5-kart battle. It's a little look there from the outside from Dominic onto Jackson Stone. Not quite enough to get around, go straight to the back bumper. But I'm not sure if there was a bobble, but ooh, a little loose there from Jackson Stone with that push from Gaddis heading into the south side hairpin. Gaddis is now trying everything on the book, trying high, trying low. He's trying to pinch off Jackson Stone on the inside line. Checkered flag out for AJ Stoner across the line. Let's see this one. And it does not appear that anything is going to change in that second group. So quick rundown of the field. AJ Stoner taking a commanding lead in victory for the pre-final. 4.3 seconds between himself and Titus Roberts, who's going to start outside row number 1. Dylan Thomas will make the inside of row number 2 next to Easton Shores. Jackson Stone ending up P5 next to Dominic Gaddis in the 3rd row. Then Lincoln Wiley, Kason Hendrickson, Nico Santos, Brett Hastings, Colby Haggard, and Lincoln DeCoster will round out the 12 kart field. So that will do it for the 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next, we got our 206 Senior Heavy, followed by KA Senior, Micro Minis, 206 Master, KA Junior, 206 Senior Light, and then finally our 206 Master Heavy and Supermaster. A lot of racing still yet to come to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And we are about to go green with our 206 senior heavies. And already Hanville, who started on the outside of row number 1, getting shuffled back as Adam Dietz on the outside pole takes it now to the lead. And now Hanville's going to slot into P2. This one a little bit smaller in size we saw before, only 9 as opposed to the 12 that we saw in the 206 Junior Sportsman. However, don't let size deceive you. This is a deep field. Adam Dietz, a local hero here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Brenna Hanville, who's becoming a local hero at WRP, has a lot of experience in SIRA, Newcastle Motorsports Park, and now here. Austin Fairfield, actually one of the head mechanics for MPG Motorsports on that Kart Republic, finds himself in P3. Matt Geist, who's the father of co-father of Ghost Engines on the MGM, finds himself in P number 4. Peter Drummond in P5. Michael Schaffer in the 6th position. Justin Laudick in P7. Joshua Schaffer in P number 8. Evan McCorkadale finds him slotted to start in P number 9. And it looks like it's pretty tamed here after the first lap. McCorkadale up into P5 on that Burrell Art. Adam Dietz leading the way, and he's getting a little bit of a push now from Hanville in that 2nd position. That green suit, green helmet, Cosmic Kart entry, privateer, and then Adam Dietz out in front in that Flying American Eagle Kart number 66, another privateer entry, leading the way. And just behind Matt Geist, who I'm fairly certain has most amount of laps as anyone here at WRP in the last 5 years in a 206. He is not quite in that towing distance, but he's just there in the field of view. Austin Fairfield did not start yesterday, decided to do a last-minute entry today in that Kart 969. Like I said, Kart Republic MPG entry, finds himself in 4th, but he's being followed by McCorkadale. So those two might be able to work together and push themselves up to that front group, but the laps continue to dwindle quickly as we're looking at 4 laps to go. Dietz still out in front. Hanville, he's close enough to possibly make a dive bomb if he wanted to. Probably going to wait until he sees 2 laps to go to make that move. We all know Hanville is not afraid to put his elbows out and make a move when he thinks necessary, and most of the time they are. He's pretty good at positioning himself properly to not only advance his position but also bobble the momentum of whoever's out in front, not in a dirty way, but in a very strategic way so that it slows him down, gives himself a little bit of an advantage, and he's also good at knowing who's behind. And previous times in the past, he will move someone, or not really move someone, he will move himself up the order in order to get whoever's in front to start battling with the guy in 2nd. As we see now, he makes a move on the inside of Adam Dietz. Adam Dietz now, just like I was talking about that he's good at, he's under fire from Matt Geist. So if those two decide to start battling in the next 2 laps, Hanville's going to get a very good margin out in front. But the problem for him is Matt Geist is Mr. Patient. He knows how to wait and how to properly put himself in a position to get not only himself up in the front group, but also get a little bit of breathing room between himself and the rest of the field. Right behind Geist now is Evan McCorkadale, so we got a 2-2 pack. Adam Dietz able to close up with the draft to Hanville, 1-2. A little bit of a break, about 2 kart gap between you fall back to Matt Geist and Evan McCorkadale running in 3rd and 4th. So those 4 make up the front group. Just behind in 5th, Austin Fairfield, he's about 6 kart lengths back from that front group. So if they start battling here in the next in the next lap or so, he might be able to close up that gap with that bobble momentum for the front 4. But I think if we see it, it might be this lap, if not next, because we see 2 laps to go. Adam Dietz not close enough to make a move heading up into turn number 3, so he's going to have to follow through. He might be able to get a good run. Not only through here, as we see McCorkadale make a move on the inside. He's going to get around Matt Geist. Geist goes straight to the back bumper, doesn't try to challenge it back. He's going to go now to push. They're not quite close enough to make a move this lap, but if they're able to keep it clean and in the toe of the front 2 in front of them, they could get there by the middle to end of the next lap as Geist already goes to the back bumper. McCorkadale give him a push. Here comes Adam Dietz out of that hairpin, gets a decent run, not a whole lot of real estate taken up as he gets on that run on Hanville. Coming up now, let's see the white flag. Dietz has got a decent run. He's in the toe. He's looking straight behind of Hanville out in front. He's not going to have enough to get it done into turn 2 or 3. He has to get a good run into turn number 5 and maintain it through 6, that quick little S that we talk about. So there they go through 4 into 5 now. Dietz closes up. Gets a little bit of a push there from McCorkadale. McCorkadale, let's see if he tries to challenge him here, if he gives him a little bit of a push. McCorkadale now slot to start inside of row number 2 as he runs now. Dietz to start to set outside. Let's see if McCorkadale tries to move himself up or if he wants that inside line advantage when it comes to start to the feature. Gives a little bit of a push. Does he look low? He does not, and I don't think there's going to be a challenge here coming into the inside hairpin. However, if they get a good run, might see a side-by-side finish. Dietz gets a good run, takes a peek to the inside, takes a spot back, Here comes Hanville. He's under fire from a Corkadale now. Side-by-side fluid across the line. It's going to be a photo finish, and it's going to be Adam Dietz. Dietz gets him by 4/100ths of a second over Brandon Hanville, finishes in P2. Evan McCorkadale comes across in P number 3 on that Burrell Art. Matt Geis, the Privateer MGM. Austin Fairfield on the Kart Republic MPG entry. Justin Loddick on the Privateer entry in P number 6. Peter Drummond comes across in P7. Michael Schaffer in P number 8. And Joshua Schaffer comes across in P number 9. So that will do it for our 206 Senior Heavy. Up next is going to be the KA100 Seniors coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And we're back, and we are looking at the white flag here for our KA100 senior race. Top 3 goes Charlie Steins. He has made an appearance back at WRP after running a whole bunch of national series, both in shifter and KA. And then Augusto Sato Sharapa in P2, Top Kart USA entry, followed by Adam Maxwell running on that Sodi kart, AMAX Racing. 3-kart breakaway we've seen out in front before we get back to Matt Dean in the 4th position on their Top Kart USA entry. And dropped a wheel. But it looks like we lost one out of the top 3, and it is Adam Maxwell taking it down to a 2-kart battle to the line. Charlie Steins goes side by side, but is it enough? No. Sharapa gets it over Steins. Maxwell comes across in P3. Matt Dean in P4. AJ Ludd, another Top Kart USA, in P number 5. Daniel Pierce, who was running on the best kart, comes across in P6. Carson Sauter in P7. Brent Heber in 8th. Bane Bennett the 2nd in 9th. Clay Robbins rounds out your top 10. 17 deep is this field for KA100 Senior, and I think that this is just a preview of what's to come here this afternoon, as Charlie Stein saw what happened yesterday in the K100 field, thought, you know what, that looks like fun, I'm going to give my shot at it, and he did not disappoint. He is going to start on the front row next to Sharapa in that Top Kart USA entry. So that'll do it for our K100 Seniors. Up next, we got our micros and our minis, followed by 206 Master. We're going to get into KA Junior, followed by 206 Senior Light, and then with our 206 Master Heavy and Super Masters to round things out for our pre-finals. But we got a little bit of time before we get there, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned, as we got more racing like you're watching right now in the replay still yet to come here live on the WRP Racing Network.
I know.
He'll give you a monitor or something out here to look at. It's almost silly.
And we are about to go green here at WRP, and they are well underway, and it looks like a good start for your minis. And out in front is going to go to, if I'm not mistaken, that is AJ Stoner, is able to get around Austin Taylor. Taylor now slots into P2. Taylor had his hand in the air. I don't think he was too happy with how that start went, but due to the fact we got two classes, sometimes if it's close enough, they'll throw it because they're taking a peek back and seeing that second group. However, Looks like we got flashing yellows over into turn 2. Can't quite see where the incident is, but we are green out in front, and actually appears we might do a restart here, and we are going to do a full restart in that front half. So Austin Taylor was correct into thinking that that start was not quite there, but I'm not quite sure if our minis out in front know that we are doing a full restart, so we're going to bunch them back up here. We're going to have to slow them down. Let's see if we can get it this time possibly. They are getting woed down. Track marshals are out on the field trying to get everyone woed and put into position. They are going to slow it down just enough. Let's see if we can get the green this time by. And we do. Green flag is out, and AJ Stoner on the outside line gets a good start, and he is going to go well up into the point, and that is going to push Austin Taylor into the second spot on the MPG Kart Republic entry. Titus Roberts slots into P3. Dalton Sears in fourth. Bane McCann rounds out your top 5 for the minis. And then we're going to come to our micros that are taking the start now. Here it is. Green flag is out, and they are now underway. Casey Hendrickson on pole position, able to get his nose out. He will take pole away from Bo Schultz. So now, Bo Schlins. Bo Schlins now slotted in P2. And then we get to Wilson, Wiley, and company. So we've got 2 races going out at the same time, 5 laps in total. There's your leader overall and for your minis. That is AJ Stoner out in front in the Sody Kart AMAX entry, and then Austin Taylor in the Kart Republic MPG entry in P number 2. Dalton Sears not too far back in that third spot from Austin Taylor. Titus Roberts in the new gen, if I'm not mistaken, Haas chassis, running in P number 4. So we got incident over into the banking, and I believe we're going to see if we can't get our marshals over there to clean it up. Yellow flag is out. AJ Stoner slowing down the field. Very good job there from AJ Stoner slowing it down with the yellow flags are out and everyone else is still behind. So while they clean this up, we're going to go radio silent here for a second. We'll be back to you guys shortly.
is that you're okay.
Fix the cart. He's more like I just want to pray.
And we are back to green for our minis out in front. Micros are about to take the green here shortly. They're just not coming out of the south side hairpin. So what you're watching now, that is your minis being led currently by Austin Taylor. Unfortunately, AJ Stoner was not able to get his kart refired and back underway. For your micros, both karts that were involved did walk away under their own power, and we're hoping that we can see them again back on track here when it comes time for the features. But right now, we do have the features going. And so, yes, again, incident happened over in the Daytona corner. 2 drivers were involved. We did stop to make sure that they were both checked out by our medical personnel. They did walk away from the karts back to the grid area. We're hoping that they are okay and good to go for the feature this afternoon. And then right after that, AJ Stoner's kart would not refire to get going back underway, so he will have to go towards the end of the line for the minis. So now you're watching Austin Taylor out in front, and that MPG Kart Republic entry currently holds about a 1.3 second advantage over Dalton Sears in P number 2. We were able to complete 1 lap before the incident happened there, working lap number 2 when it happened. So we went back to starting on that first lap lineup, and we started to roll them after that. So now with 2 laps to go for both micros and your minis, as it seems like the minis are now starting to catch back up to the micros. So this time by, look for the white flag. Possibly, no, 2 laps to go. Sorry for, that was your micros that just came across. So that's Casey Hendrickson with 2 laps to go. So this next time by should be the white flag, if I'm not mistaken. And then a lap after that will end it. So your micros and minis are on track now. 206 Masters. You need to be on grid. You're about to go out once we conclude micro and minis. KA Junior, you will be on pre-grid after the 206 Master, and then the 206 Senior Light is up on deck again. These are 6-lap pre-final events. They're going to go by decently quick. Make sure that you are on grid at the appropriate time, and if you're not, then you may have the possibility of not starting the pre-final, which means you won't have a good result going into the feature. As lap counter shows 1 lap left. There could be a problem with the timing system, though, after we have the quick red flag, but what you're watching now, kart number 44, I believe that's a micro driver, Lincoln Wiley in a little bit of a pack. He's got Bull Schlenz out in front, who's leading the way. Lincoln Wiley P2. Miles Wilson, kart number 27, running behind them in the 3rd spot. Lincoln Wiley on that energy kart, independent entry, leading the way currently for your micros. And this time by, if I'm not mistaken, should be the white flags. We got 1 lap to go this time by. For both your minis and your micros. Austin Taylor should be the first one to get the white flag. White flag going all the way around, and then checkered should be coming out here shortly for Austin Taylor here once they complete the final lap. And coming up the hill now, and it appears that checkered flag is out for Austin Taylor. So Austin Taylor will start on pole position for the feature this afternoon in that MPG Kart Republic. And again, heartbreak goes out there for AJ Stoner. He's going to have to go to the back of the field. Good news for him, though, the mini, I think, is only 5 or 6 karts in depth. They're all very decent drivers, though, so that should be a good show for us to watch. Micros are coming across to the checker. So when we come back, we're going to have our 206 Masters set to take the green here for the pre-final on the WRP Racing Network. And we are green for the 206 Masters. Side by side in turn 1 is Adam Dietz and Matt Geist. Let's see who's going to get the point heading into turn 2. And Matt Geist is going to hold that outside line through 1. Now take the point on the inside into turn 2. Adam Dietz, though, he's trying to take it right back for him. Shoots up to the inside line out of turn number 6. Into 7, and now Adam Dietz is back on point. Matt Geist, though, sawing at the wheel on the exit. He goes straight to the back bumper, so that's like a 2-kart breakaway out in front. Steven Taylor in the 3rd position on that Burrell Art, currently running in P number 4. Just behind him, we got Melvin Godzi, the flying mechanic on the MGM chassis. Brian Williams in P number 5 with Josh Pashuni in the 6th spot. Travis Wilbur set to start in P7. Troy Tony in 8th. And Kevin Smolnick in the 9th position. So 9 karts deep for the 206 Masters. Since they are on track, that means we're going to now have KA Juniors up on grid. So if you're in KA Junior, you need to be on grid right now. KA Senior, you're going to be up on pre-grid. 206 Master Heavies and Super Masters, you are all up on deck as we continue to sit back and watch now. Adam Dietz continuing out in front, has about a 2.5 car length advantage over Matt Geist in P2. And then you get about a quarter of a straightaway break between 2nd and 3rd of Matt Geist and Steven Taylor. Last time by was a 1.4 second gap between the two of them. Steven Taylor, though, he's got a decent sized lead over Melvin Godzi. Last time it was sitting at about 2.4 deficit to the leader. 1.4 between himself and Melvin Godzi. So Steven Taylor's got the breathing space he needs as Godzi is now under attack from Josh Pacciuni on that FA chassis privateer, trying to see if he can't work his way inside to the top 4. He's right behind Godzi now, but he's putting the pressure on him, and that's allowed Steven Taylor to pull away for the 3rd spot. So Steven Taylor now sitting at a 1.3 second break between himself and the battle for the 4th position between Godzi and Josh Pacciuni, but he is currently sitting at a 2.3 second deficit between himself and Adam Dietz. So we're going to sit back here and watch the top 2 out in front, not really go back and forth, but kind of just maintain what they have. Both drivers are good friends outside of being on track together. They've raced a lot together, and so they both know each other's tactics, which is kind of humorous to watch. But now it's just a matter of, can Matt Geist get into the draft long enough to catch up to Adam Dietz to make a move? We're going to find out here in about 3 laps time. This time by is going to be 3 laps to go. And so again, if you're in KA Junior, you need to be on grid because we're rolling here through the pre-finals. So let's sit back and watch as Adam Dietz, Dietzy, the sheriff himself, is out in front over Matt Geist in P number 2. And that gap for Steven Taylor, I tell you what, he's going to have a picture-perfect moment to start on the inside of row number 2 if he can maintain what he has now. 1.3 has been solid mark between himself and Melvin Godzi, followed by Josh Pacciuni, but still working at about a 3-second deficit between himself and Matt Geist in P number 2. Here comes Matt Geist for a quick pass on the inside hairpin. He was able to get around Adam Dietz, and so now Dietz has to go to the back bumper and get into the toe of Matt Geist out in front. And tell you what, Geist saw the opportunity. He was trailing by about 3 or 4 kart lengths coming out of the section that they're in right now. That's the turns 3, 4, 5, 6 that they're in now, and then 7 before you go on that back straightaway. So coming out of this corner right here in turn 7, Geist was down by about 4 or 5 kart lengths, closed it up all the way through Daytona Corner. At the south side hairpin, he got a fairly decent decently a better run than Adam Dietz coming to the inside hairpin. Saw the opportunity, took the inside line. I think he caught Dietz off guard as well. So now Dietz has to go to the back bumper. Let's see if he tries to pass him on the inside hairpin. It's one of the best passing opportunities on this layout that we have besides the south side hairpin and also the entry into turn number 4. So he doesn't take the moment, but it is going to be the white flag this time by. He's pushing him now into turn 1 before you go in that quick little crossover section into the lead up into the dog leg of turn 2 and 3. Heading now into 4, that quick snap of the hand, left-hander of the 90 degree, coming down out of another 90 of turn 5, heading into the hairpin of turn 6, followed by another little quick hairpin of turn number 7. So it kind of is like a sweeping S's onto the backstretch. Geist gets a better run. He's opened up about 2.5 kart lengths over Dietzy. Let's see if Dietzy can pull it in the draft coming out of Daytona to the south side. He can't this time. He's going to have 1, possibly 2 more opportunities. He gets a good run out of the south side hairpin. Coming up the inner hairpin, let's see if he tries to stick a nose on the inside. Geist is not going to defend too much. Dietzy somehow does it. Let's see, can Geist cross him over? Dietzy's on point. I don't think it's going to be enough for Geist. Adam Dietz takes the win and will start in pole position for the feature this afternoon. Matt Geist is going to come home in P number 2. Melvin Godzi is going to actually, I think that second group may have calmed down and actually was able to catch up to Stephen Taylor. Taylor fell back into 4th, so Melvin Godzi is going to start on the inside of row number 2. Taylor on the outside. Josh Perchuni will start on the inside of row number 3 next to Brian Williams. Troy Toney will start in 7th next to Travis Wilbur, and Kevin Smolniak will start in the 9th spot. So that will do it for our Briggs 206 Masters. Up next, we got your K100 Juniors, followed by your 206 Senior Light, and then your 206 Master Heavy and Super Masters, still yet to come here live on the WRP Racing Network. And we are back here with about 5 laps to go for your KA100 Juniors. Out in front, Landon Brewer on that MPG Kart Republic entry, currently in the way over Braden Rudder, MP number 2 on the privateer Tony Kart currently. And then you get to the other teammate of Landon Brewer, Ryan Moore on the other Kart Republic MPG, rounding out your top 3. Then you go a little bit farther back to Dane Van Dyke on the Cosmic OTK, running MP number 4. Maddox Hooper on the Tony Kart, although I'm pretty sure that is a Haas of a new gen entry, running in P number 5. So that's your top 5 rundown. Then you get a little bit farther back, Charlie Myers running on another MPG Kart Republic, running in P6. Mason Gallion in P number 7, I believe, is on a Top Kart USA entry. And then Gabe Holden on a Burrell Art. So that is the 8 karts in this class. And already to the inside, here comes Braden Rudder trying to make the pass to Landon Brewer. He gets to the inside. Does he have the point? For the moment, yes. Here comes a possible switchback, although it's not going to work out for Brewer. New leader of Braden Rudder out in front, Landon Brewer in P2. But the good news for him, he's going to have his teammate of Ryan Moore right there behind him to give assistance if it's needed. Coming out of the south side hairpin now. We're looking at 3 laps to go this next time by, and look who's in the 4th spot, slowly making his way up. That is Dane Van Dyke, who was competitive yesterday in the K100 Juniors, and now let's see if he's going to be able to go even farther forward in the pack as we got a 4-kart shootout for the lead with 3 laps to go. Down into turn number 2, Rudder still out in front, and let's see if Brewer has anything to say about it. This is part of the track where it bunches him up the most and where Brewer got passed by Rudder heading into turn number 6 as they make their way down the backstretch now, coming into the quick little left, left of the bus stop chicane into Daytona Corner. Rudder opening up a little bit more of a lead than he had before over Brewer running in P number 2. Ryan Morton, that 3rd spot though, he's under attack from Van Dyke, and Van Dyke able to get around the outside of the south side hairpin, moves up into P number 3. So top 3 are all getting shuffled around. It's still Rudder out in front. Here comes Brewer. He's got a good run now coming up here. We're seeing 2 laps to go this time by. It's going to be a white flag next time through turn number 1 over into turn 2. So Rudder's got it. Brewer had a good run coming up now into the slower parts of the track. Let's see if he's able to close it up even more so heading into that turn number 6 hairpin, and he's not able to get a decent run out of the corner. Let's see if it's better out of 7. Well, it's about the same, so he's actually going to maintain the gap that he had to Rudder. I think Rudder just pulls a little bit better out of those corners. So Braden Rudder, on his first weekend back after recovering from a collarbone injury, might be able to put it a little bit farther up on the field and take pole position here if he can just keep it together for about 1 1/4 lap. He's coming into the inside hairpin now, taking a very aggressive chop through the corner. Takes a peek back to see how close of a gap he's got. It's actually pretty decent for him. He's got 2.5 kart lengths, count that 3 now. And what good news for him too, Van Dyke is closer to Brewer than Brewer is to Rudder. So Van Dyke may have an opportunity to get a nose in on the inside of Brewer if Brewer does not pick up the pace. Van Dyke is currently set to start on the inside of row number 2, which isn't bad, seeing as everyone's been craving that inside line for the start. Let's see if he tries to go put it on the front row. Brewer's now going to have to hold off Van Dyke. Good news for Rudder. He doesn't have as much pressure from behind as he thought he would. Into the south side hairpin they go. So now Brewer going on the defensive. And here comes Van Dyke. Shoots up on the inside line. Let's see if Brewer can pull off a crossover move. Thinks about it. Gets it done on the inside. They're going to go door to door up the hill. And that's going to be Van Dyke. And here comes his teammate, Mort, up there as well. So just like that, Braden Rudder takes 1 and goes to pole position for the feature this afternoon. Van Dyke was able to drive up, and he'll start on the outside of row number 1. Ryan Mort had a great last lap pass, will now start on the inside of row number 2. On Landon Brewer, he will start from battling for the lead, will now start in the 4th position on the outside of row number 2. Maddox Hooper will start on the inside of row number 3. Charlie Myers will start on the outside of row number 3. Mason Gallion and Gabe Holden will make up the final row here this afternoon. So that will do it for your K100 Juniors. Up next, it is going to be our 206 Senior Light, as we're watching some replays here. And this was the pass that possibly put Van Dyke back a couple of positions. Actually, no, that is not a replay. That is them coming into the pit. So that is going to do it for your K100 Juniors. Up next, we still got more. Oh, yeah, look at that. That was the door-to-door pass up the hill. Look at Ryan Morton. Just saw the opportunity, shot up on the inside of Brewer, was able to take the spot back. Good racing there all together for these young future drivers of the US of A. So 206 Senior Light, there they are in their karts, getting fired up, ready to go. That is Eli Fox on the outside of the front row in that kart 99 New Gen Haas kart entry. Just behind him, or next to him, kart 55. That is Riley Baldwin, set to take pole here this afternoon on that Privateer WPK MPG entry. So we're going to sit back and watch him take the pace lap. There's the 2 Howerton brothers starting nose to tail. And we're going to sit and watch them do the quick warm-up lap. When we come back, we're going to have 6 laps of one shootout to see who is going to start where for the feature this afternoon. Green flag is out, and we're rolling down into turn number 1. They're still going to go side by side. Eli Fox was able to get the better of that outside line, works himself up into P1. Levi Wilbur also able to move up as well, goes into P2, and then your pole sitter of Riley Baldwin gets shuffled back into P3. Now the Howerton brothers, not as a good of a start. It looks like Jared Howerton holds on to the 4th spot. Dylan gets shuffled back into 6th, and that is good news for kart number 8 of Braden Heber in the Eagle, that green Eagle, right behind Jared Howerton. And then you get to Dylan Howerton in the all-white I-Kart as well, back into 6th. But right now, 3-car breakaway out in front, being led by Eli Fox, followed by Levi Wilbur, who was competitive yesterday, but not quite up in that front pack. He was kind of bouncing back and forth between that front pack and the second pack. Couldn't quite get it locked up inside that top 3. And now we see him well inside the top 3, almost running away from the field with Eli Fox. Riley Baldwin, though, in that 3rd spot. He's about to be under attack here shortly from Jared Howerton, who's leading that second pack. Right behind him goes Braden Heber, AJ Ludd, Dylan Howerton, and Stancombe, all within striking distance as well. So now you got a 1-2 breakaway out in front, and then you get about single file, pretty equal spacing all the way through. Although Eli Fox, he's going to have good news if you're a fan for him, because now the battle for second starting to heat up between Wilbur and Baldwin. If these two don't work together and start going back and forth, which the clock is winding down quickly, so maybe a point when Baldwin decides he wants to go for it and not really try to work together with Wilbur, that'll be good news for Eli Fox, because that gap will continue to open up. However, it would be bad news for Eli Fox if the two running in second and third did decide to work together. The gap, though, it's manageable, but it's not the gap won't be able to be closed in about a lap and a half. It's going to take the entire heat race in order for it to come down to an opportunity to have a 3-car battle for the lead. So these two that we're watching right now, Wilbur out in front, Baldwin P2, they're going to definitely need to sit back and work together if they want to get to the front. And what we very well might see is if one of these two decide to make a pass on each other, that second pack that's being led by Howerton, Heber, Ludd, and then the other Howerton of Dylan Howerton, if those two start battling back and forth, easily you could see a 4 to 6 car battle for the lead. And here it is. Baldwin makes a move on the inside, and here comes Howerton. Jared Howerton is now closing back up, do them going back and forth. So now it is it was an unsuccessful pass for Riley Baldwin. He did have to maintain his line, but now we got a 4-car battle for that second position. This is going to allow Eli Fox to run away. Baldwin tries it again. He gets it. Wilbur's going to try to set up for a crossover move. Goes high, tries to get some nose in on the inside, goes to the back bumper. Now he's looking high, and just like that, Jared Howerton up into the mix. 3-car battle for the second spot. Just behind Howerton is Brandon Heber in kart number 8, and then you get a little bit farther back, you get to AJ Ludd in the 6th position. So into the south side hairpin they go. Now it is a 4-car battle for the second position. There is your leader, Eli Fox, on the right-hand side of your screen, slowly starting to pull away from this pack. He opened up, last time was a 1.3, this time wouldn't be surprised if it's a 1.8. Let's see it across the line. He just now comes across start finish, and almost it's a 1.7, so I was off by about 1/10 is the difference between the leaders and that second pack battle for second. So Baldwin is now in command of that pack, and then he gets to Wilbur, followed by Jared Howerton, and then Heber. He's close, but he's not quite there to try to get a nose on the inside of Howerton out in front. Howerton is now on the back bumper of Levi Wilbur. I think Wilbur went on the defensive there in turn 6 and turn 7, which is backing up the rest of the field. Now through Daytona they go. Let's see if Howerton tries to make a move. Oh, Howerton locks it up, and he goes backwards off the track on the south side hairpin. He is rolling, but he is now falling way down the order. Unfortunate to see, as he was closing in on that pack, and now he's going to have to go dead in Charlie at the back of the field and try to drive it back up to the front. He is able to get back underway, but with the white flag out, it's going to be all but a lot of hard work for him to make it up to the front. Let's see if we can't switch back over. There's Eli Fox, your leader out in front. Last time by was a 1.85. Wouldn't be surprised if that's grown even more. Riley Baldwin still holding on to that second spot. Levi Wilbur, P3. Braden Heber now gets promoted up into the 4th spot inside the top 5. AJ Ludd is now rounding out your top 5. So nose to tail, let's see it. How much does Riley Baldwin defend here coming the south side hairpin? Wilbur's got a little bit of a run, not close enough to make a dive bomb. Baldwin does not defend. Wilbur does not try it for the inside. He will have one more attempt here. Coming up into the inner hairpin, let's see if he tries to get a nose on the inside. Not close enough to do it. All the while, a checkered flag is out. Eli Fox comes across the stripe. He will take the win and start in pole position. Baldwin will start outside pole in row number 1. Levi Wilbur start P number 3, Braden Heber P4, AJ Ludd comes across in P5, Dylan Howerton the iCard entry in P number 6, Ethan Williams in 7th, and Dominic Stancombe in the 8th position. Then you go down to BJ Shaw in 9th, Keegan Day in 10th, Michael Greenwood in the 11th position, Colton Mayfield P12, and then Jared Howerton will start dead in Charlie of the field in the 13th position. So that would do it for the second to last pre-final event we have this afternoon. Up next, it's your 206 Heavies and Supermasters set to take their pre-final event and the last one before we get going with our features live on the WRP Racing Network. All right, so quick announcement in the field as we go green for our 206 Masters and Super Masters. We are going to go back racing at 1:30. We're going to take a half-hour break and go back racing at 1:30 here for our feature events. The national anthem will be at 1:27. So 1:27 to national anthem. 1:30 we'll get going with our feature racing this afternoon. But that's all premature because we still have one final pre-final event to go. And out in front with our two classes that are split with our 206 Master Heavy and our 206 Super Masters, it is Derek Hastings out in front by a significant margin before you get a little bit farther back before you go to, I believe that is Brian Williams now up into P2. He is leading that second pack over Melvin Godsey running in the third position. Michael Schaffer is behind him in P number 4, followed by, Michael Schaefer is behind in P number 4, followed by, I believe that may be Troy Toney in the 5th position. So right now, Derek Hastings leading the way over the rest of the field. It is 5 laps to go, and it's kind of tamed out in the front half now. He's already opened up a 1.5 second lead over your second placement of Brian Williams. Brian Williams could be looking to start on the outside of row number 1 if he can just get a little bit farther away from Melvin Godsey and company, who are close but not quite close enough to make a move on him. But we're going to keep an eye on this field right now. So let's see if Melvin Godsey is able to use that toe to his advantage and run down Brian Williams in P2. But all this battling for the second position will be good news for our leader of Derek Hastings as he is continuing to stretch out the lead, currently sitting at a 1.5. Wouldn't be surprised if this time it's a 1.7. Let's check the gap when it makes their way through. Brian Williams now is under attack from Melvin Godsey, so that gap is going to continue to open up. 1.5 last. What is it this time? 2 seconds flat separates Derek Hastings and Brian Williams. Is now Melvin Godsey. He's got his eyes set on Williams, trying to see if he can't possibly get a nose in on the inside. Not close enough this time, but he is definitely trying to take a peek whenever he gets a chance. Brian Williams is now going to have to go on the defensive to hold off Melvin Godsey. Now the good news, whoever finishes in the third position here, as we now see Godsey looking on the inside of Brian Williams. He's got his hand up and they're almost talking to each other as they make their way through. Williams lets Godsey go by. Very smart move there not to go side by side through the bus stop chicane. So now he's going to be, he's going to have the toe to his advantage and trying to see if he can't close back up to Melvin Godsey, the flying mechanic, as he's now within about a half a kart length, now even closer. On the back bumper he comes down the main straightaway as he's now about a kart length back. So let's see, get a little bit of a push there from Michael Schaffer in P number 4. So let's see what it's going to be as they make their way through now. So Michael Schaefer on the back bumper of Brian Williams, giving him a little bit of a push there. Williams goes a little wide there on the exit of turn 7 as Schaefer continues to push him. Now Schaefer's going to have to play long-term game here. He's trying to see if he can't catch back up to Melvin Godsey. And Godsey's pulling away very slowly away from your second placement of Brian, or third placement of Brian Williams. Now that hairpin seems to be the best place for Williams, the south side hairpin that is. That's when it closes back up, and the inner parts of the track really gets back up there. Kart number 2, new gen entry facing is actually stopped on the entry of turn number 2, and that appears to be Joe Stevens. Comes to a stop, and it almost looks like he's trying to pull the starter cord and get himself refired. So hopefully one of our track workers can go over there and they can. And maybe he's having, oh, he ran over a cone. He's got a cone stuck under his cart. There, okay, so that's underway, and now he can continue back on. So that is very interesting. Don't know how a cone got stuck under his cart for Joe Stevens, but he's now back underway and will continue to finish this race. Switching back over to your leader, Derek Hastings, in kart number 1, sits at a 2.1 second lead over Melvin Godsey. So I think Godsey, is starting to chip away at the gap that he has between himself and Derek Hastings, but bad news for him, it's going to be the white flag this time by. So Derek Hastings could easily start from pole position as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. He gives a little wave to our flagman, acknowledges that he sees that there's 1 lap to go. Melvin Godsey is starting to pull away from Brian Williams and company. Let's see if Michael Schaefer can try to make a move here on the inside into turn 3. Can't get it done as he continues now into turn 4. Has a peek on the inside of Williams. He's going to run that bottom line, takes a spot away. Let's see if Williams can maybe come back and try to look on the inside. And it looks like Williams is getting tight. I don't know if that chassis is tightening up on him, but he seems to be losing momentum. He's not as quick as he was at the start of the race, so maybe there's something with the tire pressures, but he's falling off a little bit from the side of the leaders. Melvin Godsey, though, he took off even more of a chunk from the leader of Derek Hastings. It was 1.9 last time. Let's see, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was closer to a 2.5 seconds. Checkered flag will be out this time, though, and Derek Hastings will hold off the rest of the field after leading from the start. Checkered flag's out. Derek Hastings will start on pole position this afternoon. Melvin Godsey comes across in P2, and it was back up to about 2 seconds. So Melvin Godsey fell off just a little bit there. So that'll do it for our pre-finals. When we come back, we'll have our features at 12 o'clock noon Eastern Standard Time. We'll do our national anthem and opening ceremonies at about 1:57. So we'll see you all here shortly to get back at 1:27 we'll do our national anthem. At 1:30 we will do the start of our pre-finals. So we'll see you all back here in about 27 minutes when we get going with our feature events this afternoon. Could a representative of the Hodges family please make their way to the top of the timing tower? A representative from the Hodges family please make their way to the top of the timing tower. This is your 2-minute warning before we do the national anthem, followed by our prayer. 2-minute warning before we start our national anthem, our prayer, followed by the playing of our national anthem. If you're in Kid Kart or Kid Kart Novice, please make your way up to grid. Kid Kart and Kid Kart Novice, please make your way up to grid. 2 and 4 cycle Novice, you'll be up on deck after Kid Kart goes out on track. All right, about to get things kicked off here with our prayer, followed by the playing of our national anthem.
All right, if I could ask for everyone to stand, please, for our prayer. Father God, we thank you for this comfortable September Sunday. We thank you for the opportunity to be here with our friends and family at Whiteland Raceway Park. We ask that you look over everyone on and off the track in today's events. May you help keep them safe here and away, and remind them to have fun, help them to do their very best, and most importantly, to remember why we are all here. We are grateful for all of the blessings you bestow upon us, and we pray this in your Son's holy name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Alrighty, so we're currently going to kick things off here with Kid Karts are on track right now. Kid Karts are on track right now. Up next, we got Kid Kart Novice. Kid Kart Novice is taking the track next. So if you're in Kid Kart Novice, please be up on grid. 2 and 4 Cycle Novice to be up on pre-grid. 2 and 4 Cycle Novice to pre-grid. 206 Senior Light. 206 Senior Light, you will be up on deck. So that will do it for our Kid Kart Novice, with Sophia Wilfong taking the win here this afternoon. Sophia Wilfong. Sorry, that was actually Diesel Maxwell that took the win. Sorry, my timing sheet updated to Kid Kart Novice. Took the win here for Kid Kart this afternoon, representing A-Max Racing, so congratulations to him. We're about to get started with our Kid Kart Novice, and before we do that, we need to give a special birthday welcome and happy birthday to Stella Hendrickson, who is celebrating her birthday today with us at Whiteland Raceway Park. When you get a chance, when she comes off the track, make sure you wish her a happy birthday, and we hope her the best of luck here, as it's a perfect time to celebrate your birthday than being at a racetrack with your friends and family. We're about to get started here with Kid Kart Novice underway, so if you are in 2 or 4 cycle Novice, please make sure that you are up on grid. 206 Senior Light, 206 Senior Light, you need to be up on grid, or sorry, you're going to be up on pre-grid after 2 and 4 cycle Novice goes out. 206 Junior, you'll be up on deck, so 2 and 4 cycle Novice is up on grid now. 206 Senior Light is up on pre-grid, 206 Junior is up on deck.
Yeah, I just got stung by it.
So checkered flag is out for our kid kart novice, and once again, everyone please give a happy birthday to Stella Hendrickson, who just completed her feature event this afternoon on her birthday. We're about to get going now with your 2 and 4 cycle novice is about to be underway here shortly. They just had their engines fired, which means if you're in 206 senior light, you need to be on grid right now. If you're not, you're in the wrong place. 206 senior light to grid. 206 junior, you're going to be up on pre-grid. 206 sportsman, you are up on deck.
So we are currently underway now with our 2 and 4 cycle novice classes. So again, 206 senior light and 206 junior is up next. Currently, as we are looking down the order right now, so your left-hand side of the screen, there are multiple classes out on track. 2 and 4 cycle novice, along with a couple of Yamahas, join them out on this circuit currently. 10 laps is the distance here this afternoon, and it is currently Zachary Pleak out in the lead with Chase Call running in P2. So those are the 2 that are currently fastest out. Yamaha Senior goes to Blaine Fox running the only Yamaha registered on track currently. Is we got one turned around that appeared to be the kart number. I believe that was 29 of Christopher Moore Jr. So we're going to keep you guys updated with as the results continue on. But again, this is the novice class. This bridges the gap between kid karts and senior. And so this is just a good learning opportunity to kind of get their feet wet into higher horsepower classes. It's probably the first time some of these kiddos have driven something this much power, and it's like we said, the stepping stone. A lot of times who you run with in the novice class will continue on only into junior, but also into senior, and sometimes even into masters if they stay in the sport for a long time, which is what we all promote and hope, is that these kiddos will come out here, run what they are running, absolutely fall in love with it like we all have, and continue to race on. So we're going to keep you guys updated if anything happens on track. But again, if you're in 206 Senior Light and 206 Junior, you need to be up on grid. Also a reminder, and this is going to be the first of many, as soon as you've concluded your racing festivities for the day and you have a rental transponder, please make sure you return it to the lobby so we can get it back on the charger and have everything counted for before we get going with our next seat races coming later on, or sorry, with our club races coming later on in the month.
2 and 4 Cycle Novice continues on here at Whiteland Raceway Park for their feature event. Again, this is all about learning here this afternoon. Kiddos are trying to do their best and to just get seat time. People always ask, how do you get better in motorsports? Seat time, seat time, seat time is key. It's good to get in as many races as you can at the younger age just to get a feel for things. Learn how to run in different levels of traffic, especially as things have become more and more pack racing oriented, not only in the 4-cycle division, but also in the KA 100 classes, X30 as well. You can always see some form of pack racing in and of itself as the karting world continues to evolve and adapt to the new era that we are moving into. So currently we're watching Zachary Pleak out in front over Chase Call running in P2, and currently you're watching the 15 right now of Chase Call under attack from Miller Rousset in the kart number 98 as we're approaching 2 laps to go. Up next, like I said before, we got our 206 Senior Light set to take the track here this afternoon. 206 Junior, and I'll just give you guys a whole rundown of the schedule. 206 Junior Sportsman, 206 Senior Heavy, followed by KA Senior, which we have a return of Charlie Steins back into the field, and he made it a 3-kart battle with Aaron Maxwell along with Top Kart USA entry as well. And then you got Micro Minis, 206 Masters, KA Juniors, 206 Senior Medium, 206 Master Heavy, and Super Masters. So we got a full day of racing coming your guys' way. There's the time on the left-hand side of the screen. We're a little bit earlier than we were yesterday as far as time management goes. So hopefully we should have everyone out of here by a decent hour since it is a Sunday afternoon. We'll make sure the kiddos can make it back into school tomorrow morning and have plenty of energy to be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and ready to fill their brain with all sorts of knowledge that I'm sure they are eager to learn. So we're going to continue on here as Zachary continues on. He's got about a half lap left before he can get the twin checkered flags or flagman back. No suit today. He's in an old school neon green shirt and the green flag, checkered flag waves with the green shirt on. Zachary Pleak is going to win here this afternoon at 4-cycle novice. So stay tuned because we got all sorts of racing coming your way live on the WRP Racing Network.
Green flag is out this afternoon here for the Breaks 206 Senior, as we are now, Senior Light that is, as we are underway. Eli Fox takes off into the lead with, it looks like, Riley Baldwin right there on his back bumper. Just behind him is Brandon Heber, kart number 8, and that Eagle chassis making his way through, and he is now slotted into the 3rd spot, and I believe just behind should be now Wilbur running just in front of Dylan Howerton. Dylan Howerton said that his car yesterday went from being too loose and today went from being a little too hoppy, had too much grip in the rear. So let's see if he was able to take any of that out and is able to put it into the track. And right now he's looking quick. He's getting a little bit of help there from AJ Ludd, who's giving him that push up the hill, trying to form that separation between the two packs. His brother, Jared Howerton, had a little bit of an incident when it came time for the pre-final. He's farther back in the field, and it looks like he's having issues as he pulled off to the side, and he is now going to go to the tail end of the field. So Jared Howerton seemed to have problems. I think he's got it solved back out, but now he is a little bit farther back than where he wanted to be. Let's switch back up to that front pack. Eli Fox currently running out in front over Riley Baldwin in P2, Brandon Heber in the 3rd spot, and then it's a close 4th, 5th, and 6th of Levi Wilbur, Dylan Howerton, and AJ Ludd. Ludd, he was pushing Dylan Howerton, trying to form that little bit of a separation between the two packs. Currently, though, it looks like he's almost outside of the draft. He's closing back in on the main straightaway. He's going to have to nail this south side hairpin. If he's not able to do that, then he's going to be in trouble of falling off the rest of the pack, but it looks like he was able to kind of maintain where he's at. He's still back into the toe, and I think the closest to in this pack right now is Dylan Howerton on the back bumper of Levi Wilbur and or Riley Baldwin, as he is now under fire right now from Brandon Heber going into turns number 3 before the 290s of turns 4 and 5. So that is your front 6 all lined up in a row. But Brandon Heber's got to be careful. If he starts battling too much with Riley Baldwin, that's going to allow your leader of Eli Fox to pull away from the field, as we're seeing right now. Eli Fox has now opened up maybe a 6 kart length lead heading into Daytona Corner. Last time by, it was half a second gap he had over Riley Baldwin. That was before Brandon Heber's trying to push the issue onto Riley Baldwin. So we'll see what the gap is this next time by, but currently Fox out in front, and then is a line of karts nose to tail, 2nd through 5th, all stacked up. Here's Brandon Heber again on the back bumper of Riley Baldwin. Let's see if he's got it this time. Does he try to work or does he try to push with them? And right now, he's continuing to push. That's allowing Levi Wilbur to close back up. He now goes to the back bumper of Heber, giving a little bit of a push as well. So if these 4 running behind Fox are able to settle down a little bit, use each other's toe to an advantage, and give that push on the 2 main straightaways, they could possibly close back up to Eli Fox. Now, let's recall back. I said he had a half a second advantage the previous lap. This last lap, he had a 0.6 second advantage, so he was able to open up 1/10 over Riley Baldwin. No one really jockeyed for position at all from 2nd on to 5th. So if they're able to keep it settled down, we're going to be able to see the times that they come across, and we can open up our statistics book and do a little calculations to determine how long it would take for them to close back up to Eli Fox. This time across the line, 11 laps to go. Last time by, 0.6 second difference. This time by, 0.7. So Fox able to open the gap up again with 1/10. But let's recall back to last time. There was passing from 2nd, 3rd, they were going side by side in the corners, which means Fox actually is starting to go quicker than he was the previous laps, as the tire temperatures are probably starting to come up. So he's opening up even more of a lead now. Riley Baldwin, that 2nd spot, and that green WPK MPG injury, he's got his head tucked down well onto the wheel, trying to make himself as aerodynamic as possible, as Brandon Heber is now under fire. There goes Levi Wilbur. He decided he did not want to stay behind anymore, so Wilbur now up 1 more spot. Brandon Heber goes to the back bumper, gives him a push. Through the inside hairpin they go. Now Dylan Howerton, he's now on the back bumper of Heber. So Heber is pushing Levi. Wilbur, and then Levi Wilbur is also falling behind Baldwin. There's about a 4 or 5 kart gap between themselves before you get up to Riley Baldwin. So it's Levi Wilbur leading that group of 3. It goes himself, then Heber, then Howerton. So that is a firm pack from 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Then you get up to Riley Baldwin running in P2. Then you get up to Eli Fox. Now, we're talking about the time difference. Eli Fox was at about a half a second, then 6/10. Now he was at 7. That is starting to plateau. So I think Baldwin might slowly be starting to chip away at the gap that he has between himself and Fox. If Wilbur is able to get to the back bumper of Baldwin, give him that extra push, get him a little bit close to the drafting range. Because right now, the drafting range is about 8/10 is when it starts to fall off. So he is borderline almost out of the draft as we have one kart turned around over in between that short chute between turns 4 and 5. But I was saying before that 8 to 9/10 of a second gap is right where the draft starts to fall off and you don't get it anymore. So Baldwin was riding right about that 7/10, so he had it, just not a whole lot. Last time by, it was 9/10. So Fox just needs a little bit more to get himself out of drafting range to Riley Baldwin. If you're Riley Baldwin, though, you need to get a little bit more to get well within that toe. Once you get to a certain point, it becomes a runaway effect where you then can get more of a toe off the kart in front, allows you to go faster, can carry more down the straightaway. However, he might get that here shortly with Levi Wilbur slowly closing up to the back bumper. If he can give him that extra push that he needs heading into the rest of the parts of the track in the remainder that we have, we could easily see that. Or if Wilbur decides to start battling back and forth with Riley Baldwin, trying to get that spot, and Baldwin decides to battle back, that is then going to separate them back farther in the field, and that's going to allow Brandon Heber, Dylan Howerton, and possibly AJ Ludd to catch up to that. So currently have a single pack out in front, Eli Fox off by himself, 1.2. The drafting chances for Baldwin currently gone. Out the window is not going to happen, but Riley Baldwin is in a 2-pack with himself and Levi Wilbur running second and third. Then you get to Brandon Heber and Dylan Howerton, another 2-pack, and then a little bit farther back from that, you have AJ Ludd running in the 6th position. So currently on your screen, you're watching Riley Baldwin and Levi Wilbur nose to tail, last time by 1.2 between themselves and leader, and they managed to plateau it, still 1.28. So he actually took 1/100th off the time between themselves and Fox. It's not going to be enough to close back up, seeing as there's going to be 6 laps to go this next time by. So Eli Fox last time went about 1/10 faster over the rest of the field, especially to your second placeman, Riley Baldwin. Riley Baldwin went a 48.3. Eli Fox went a 48.28. So they're very close in times. Fox was able to get that gap. Now all he has to do, not really set the cruise control, but just maintain what you have. However, I'm curious to see the times this time by. It looks like Baldwin and Wilbur are slowly closing up to Fox. They're going to need about 4/10 a lap to close back up in time in order to be at the back bumper of Eli Fox by the time it gets to 2 laps to go. I don't think they're going to get it. Let's see, at 1.2, what's it at now? 1.6. So Fox is actually increasing his gap even more. Last time by, he went a 48.1. Wilbur did a 48.4, so 3/10 better on Fox than Wilbur, who is now up into second place. I'm sure part of it has to do with the pass that happened in the south side hairpin between the two and second and third. Brandon Heber, let's take a check back there. He's still being followed by Dylan Howerton. Howerton giving that little extra bit of a push there as we watch the two go by. That was both Wilbur and Baldwin as they make their way through. Baldwin in the toe of Wilbur. He's not as close as Wilbur was to him, and that's even farther back. That is between, if I'm not mistaken, that should be Stancombe and BJ Shaw that we're watching on your screen. Now we're going to switch back up forward to Wilbur, followed by Riley Baldwin, so that is second and third, and then farther on back you get to Heber and Howerton. There's the leader with 5 laps to go. Eli Fox, last time 1.6 second gap, this time 1.8. He went even faster than he did before. Last time he went a 48.1. Levi Wilbur, your second placeman, went a 48.27. Riley Baldwin, your third placeman, went a 48.284. Those are the 3 fastest karts on track, and even if Wilbur and Baldwin went 1/10 faster each lap, it's still not going to be enough to close down Eli Fox the remaining 4.5 laps that we have yet to go through the south side hairpin. So this is quickly going to become a battle for the second position. All 3 of these drivers are going for the championship, I might add. So if you're Riley Baldwin or if you're Levi Wilbur, now you have to start thinking, do I want to be sitting back here in the 3rd position? Because I'm sure they could sit back there, try to work together, hope something happens with Eli Fox to slow down the momentum. They went 1/10 better that last lap. Not nearly enough that they need in the next 4 laps. So at what point does Riley Baldwin start to force the issue and try to see if he can't get around Wilbur? Currently between himself and now Dylan Howerton, your 3rd placeman, they've got about a 2-second gap. So it's a decent sized gap right now. They can start going back and forth, and I'm sure Howerton would catch up to him maybe by the time the white flag came out. Or do they wait until they see 2 laps to go before they really start to race each other and make sure that they can use that extra buildup that they have, a retirement planned, if you will, make sure that it doesn't expire and you have enough time for the remainder parts of the track. So we're coming up now, 3 laps to go for your leader, Eli Fox. Last time was a 1.7 second gap. Let's see it this time by. Maintains and actually went up. It went to a 1.8. So previous lap it went down by 1, goes back up to 1.8. Fox turned the fastest lap or one of the fastest laps we've seen so far of a 48.07. His fastest lap so far has been a 47.9. So he is almost identical to where he was. Looks like that was done on the 7th lap, so a handful of laps ago. He is running extremely fast lap times, fastest kart on track. Both Wilbur and Baldwin quickly are expiring out of time. They're not going to have enough time to catch back up, so it's not going to be a battle of who wants to lead when it comes to 2 laps to go, which we're about to get this time by Eli Fox on the left-hand side of your screen. Here comes the 2 right behind, Wilbur and Baldwin. Up the hill they go, down towards the start-finish straight. There's the double sticks in the air. 2 laps remain. Fox, let's see what his time is. It actually went down to a 1.6. They were 0.2 better, but with 2 laps to go, they're going to need something 4 times that if they want any chance to close back up, or they're going to have to hope for a huge mistake from Eli Fox. I don't think it's going to happen with the amount of consistency Fox has had all weekend long. So now it's down to Levi Wilbur and Riley Baldwin. Who is going to get it? Baldwin up on the wheel, almost putting his head into a tuck on the back bumper of Wilbur as they make their way through the bus stop, in through the Daytona banking down to the south side. It looks like Baldwin is not close enough to make a move this time. Again, you are watching the battle for the 2nd position. This is not for the lead. The leader is so far out in front, about 1.6. It might go down here a little bit, but with the white flag out, it's not going to be enough for these 2 to reel him in. White flag is out for Eli Fox. He started from pole. He's trying to go 2 for 2 here this afternoon between the pre-final and the final. Down into turn number 2. When is Baldwin trying to make his move? Coming up into 3, now heading into 4 and 5. The double quick left-handers before coming to this first hairpin. This is a good passing opportunity, but he doesn't try it here. In through 6, now into 7, down the short back straightaway into the bus stop chicane. You can pass. It has been done before, but it's not really the safest or the best way to do it. Let's see if he's got a good toe here. Through, there's your leader, Eli Fox, making his way through. Just behind him, you get to the 2 of Wilbur and Baldwin through the south side hairpin. Let's see if Baldwin's going to have enough to get it done now. Looks like Wilbur thought about trying to defend the inside line into the inner hairpin. He does defend it, and that's going to block him off from it. Eli Fox, though, across the line. He is going to take the win here this afternoon for 206 Senior Light, and for 2nd, it will go to Levi Wilbur in P2. Riley Baldwin for 3rd. Dylan Howerton had a good recovery drive, moving back up to P4. AJ Ludd comes across to round out your top 5. So that will do it for your 206 Senior Light. Coming up next is your 206 Junior live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out for our 206 juniors making the way for their 15-lap feature event. And guess what? Sam Tutwiler is trying to go 5 for 6 on the weekend. He got pole position yesterday. He got the pre-final win. He got the feature win. Today, he is trying to get the he's trying to get the pre-final win. He's trying to get the feature win, but he did not get pole position. So he's trying to go 5 for 6 on the weekend, but a clean sweep of both features. So far, he's off to a good start. He's out in front about 2 kart lengths ahead of Thomas Anthony. Anthony, though, he was able to get the the pole position away from Sam Tutwiler. He was the most competition that Tutwiler's had all weekend, and right now he's trailing by about 2 kart lengths onto the leader of Sam Tutwiler. Through the other parts of the hairpin they go. You're currently watching the WPK MPG entry of Lane Gibbs. I believe he's actually on a Kart Republic, who's being trailed by Gage Justinato on the Eagle chassis, running there in the 4th position. So you got a 2-pack out in front, you got a 2-pack running 3rd and 4th, and then a little bit farther back you got a 3-pack there of Maddox Hooper on the new gen Haas chassis, followed by Dane Van Dyke on an OTK EOS, and then Braden Rudder, who is running, it says on a red speed, right there in the, that is not the 3rd position, that is the 6th position. So there's the top 2. Sam Tutwiler followed by Thomas Anthony. Tutwiler last time was at a .442 second advantage over Tutwiler. I think this time by it's going to stretch out to maybe a half a second, if not 0.6 of a second. There was a big drop of the wheel there from Gage Justinato on that Eagle chassis. Got the right rear just into the dirt on the exit of the hairpin. Let's see this time between Tutwiler and Anthony this time by. Last time .44, this time .62. Thomas Anthony, he's almost falling out of drafting distance of Sam Tutwiler, your leader, going into the double left-handers of 5 and 6. Now heading up into the, 4 and 5, heading up into the hairpin of 6 now, coming up into 7. It almost looks like equal spacing between the top 3. So that means Lane Gibbs is not only pulled away from Gage Justinato running in the 4th spot, but he is also slowly reeling in your 2nd placement of Thomas Anthony. Now, if you're Thomas Anthony, this could mean 1 or 2 things. 1, you're going to be under fire for a 2nd place here, or 2, Gibbs can catch up to you and get that little extra push to keep yourself in the drafting range of the pack. And as we all know, if you can just get to the draft, you don't really have to get too far in it, but if you can get to about 0.6 of a second difference between yourself and the kart in front, then you can get that little extra push, if you will, of having the air cut in front of you to close back up. This last time by, maintained at a .679 of a second between himself of Thomas Anthony and Sam Tutwiler, the kart in front. Let's look at Lane Gibbs, though. He's about 0.8 back, so he's not quite drafting range yet. All he needs is maybe 1 or 2 more tenths. Count that maybe 10 to 20 feet in order to catch back up to Thomas Anthony, get a little bit of a tow. But currently, through the bus stop chicane, we are watching Anthony and Tutwiler. They're second. Sorry, that's Anthony there in the middle, and then Lane Gibbs running behind. Off on the right-hand side of your screen is Sam Tutwiler in that all-green suit and helmet with the green and orange chassis into the inner parts of the track. They go in the inner hairpin. Now up the hill. Top 4 now look to be equal spacing, because here comes Dane Van Dyke, quickly closing up to the 2-pack battle now between Gage Justinato. He seemed to have settled it back down. He's now 2 tenths behind Lane Gibbs, so he's closing into him. Dane Van Dyke in position number 5, kart number 79. He's slowly making his way up to that 2-pack battle for the lead. Let's look at the gap between Anthony and Sam Tutwiler. .663 is the difference between the two. So Anthony not really losing a whole lot, but he's not gaining either. He's kind of maintaining the gap. It's been the same. You can almost fit him into the field of view through Daytona Corner. There it is, coming up in the south side hairpin. So Anthony needs just either 1 or 2 mistakes from Sam Tutwiler, and he's got to stay perfect, maybe get a little bit extra out of the kart in order to close that gap. And I'm telling you, about a half a second to 0.4 of a second is the prime number you're looking for in order to get a really good draft off the kart in front and start to close that gap back up. Usually you can tell there's a rev limiter on these karts where once you get to a certain RPM, it plateaus it. You can't go any higher. And you know when you're in a good tow because the RPMs will plateau quicker. So if you're cutting that air, you're getting to the top of your rev range earlier. That's when you know you're getting a very good tow as it comes off the backstretch. Last time by, .633. So he was able to take just about 3/100ths off of Sam Tutwiler. It's not the best, but it is something. He just needs 1 or 2 tenths or even hundredths off every lap to slowly start closing that gap, back down to that 4 or 5/10 of a second. This time by, I wouldn't be surprised if it's about a half a second. He seems to be getting there. Last time by, Tutwiler went a 49.0. Anthony went a 49.97. So very close on lap times. Anthony's just that little bit quicker. This last time by, Tutwiler went a 49.2. Anthony went a 49.1, half a second. He's right there. He's got to plateau this and maybe get a little bit more from it. So he's starting to get into the draft of Tutwiler. Tutwiler, though, he doesn't have to go on the defensive just yet. 9 laps to go, still plenty of time to take it all the way to the end. However, I'm sure Thomas Anthony would love to prevent Tutwiler from sweeping this weekend and be on that top step of the podium. Going back just a little bit farther, let's look at Lane Gibbs. Engaged Justinato running in the 3rd and 4th position. Currently right now, Justinato is trailing by about 1/10, but he actually is going to lose a position now to Dane Van Dyke, who is able to get around. So Van Dyke now up into 4th. He's going to put a little bit of separation between Lane Gibbs and Justinato, and he has got his eye set on catching up to 3rd place from the last step of the podium. Across the line, it was half a second last time by. What is it? Well, it stays at a half a second, goes down just a little bit more. Sam Tutwiler went a 49.119. Thomas Anthony went a 49.071. So Anthony is that little bit quicker, but if he can just get a little bit more, he's doing about 1 to 2 hundredths of a second off of Tutwiler. He needs to be about 2 to 3 hundredths off of him, maybe even 1/10. Once he gets to that point, that's when he'll be able to calculate mentally in his head, how much closer can I get before we get to 2 laps to go? Because the problem is, it's one thing to catch up, it's another to actually pass. He's going to have to close in here in the next 4 or 5 laps, and then he's going to have to hope the next 3 that he's perfect, doesn't make any mistakes, and he can then try to make his move. And here's the battle for the 3rd position. This is between Lane Gibbs, Dane Van Dyke. Gibbs running in 3rd, Van Dyke in 4th. Van Dyke giving a huge push to the back bumper of Gibbs. Let's look at the times now. Last time your leader, Sam Tutwiler, went a 49.08. Lane Gibbs, your 3rd place, went a 49.2. So even linked up and pushing, they're not as quick or even quicker than the 2 leaders out in front. Thomas Anthony, though, last time by, the gap was 0.53. Now it's down to 0.50. So again, he's that couple 100ths quicker than Tutwiler, but he needs a little bit more. 7 laps to go now, 6 to go next time by. He's quicker. You can kind of visually see the gap starting to close down. It looks to be almost the same, but there's just a little bit, 100th of a difference makes it between the 2 as we switch back over into the inner hairpin. This is the battle between Gibbs and Van Dyke. Van Dyke all over the back bumper of Gibbs, heading down into turn number 1 again. Let's see if we can't switch back over to the leaders. Anthony, this is close. Sam Tutwiler, 49.251. Thomas Anthony, 49.254. We're talking about 1 twitch of the wheel separates the times per lap between Tutwiler and Anthony. This is going to be very close, and if Anthony can get there, it's going to be very difficult as we're looking at 5 laps to go this next time by. Tutwiler is trying to hold on to see if he can't do a picture-perfect weekend. Anthony is trying to see if he can knock him off that podium. Let's take a peek back. This is between 3rd and 4th place, and we're going to fall back and look at this one. This is Van Dyke, who is running in the 4th position. Lane Gibbs on the MPG WPK chassis running in P3. So these 2 are very close. Times last time by, they were actually faster than your leaders. Gibbs went to a 48. He went to a 48.9 that last time. This time he went to a 49.0. Fast time for Sam Tutwiler last time was a 49.4. So Lane Gibbs and Van Dyke are both now quicker than Tutwiler and Anthony. They got 5 laps to make up a almost 2-second deficit, 1.7 seconds. Is it enough time? Probably not. Can they get there? Just maybe, because now, looking back at the leaders, guess who's on the back bumper? Sam Tutwiler. Thomas Anthony has now closed that gap back down. He is on the back bumper of Tutwiler. If those 2 start to battle back and forth, we just might see a 4-kart battle for the lead if both Gibbs and Van Dyke stay consistent and working together. 4 laps to go this time by. 1.7 between Tutwiler and Van Dyke. What is it this time? It's about the same, 1.6. So they're closing up a 10th. That's not enough. So that's going to be good news for Tutwiler and Anthony. However, if they start going back and forth, starting either this lap or the next one, as already Tutwiler is going on the defensive, That is going to back him up. So we're going to watch this battle for the lead, but keep an eye on Lane Gibbs and Van Dyke in third and fourth. If they don't race each other, they could get there if Tutwiler continues to defend and if Anthony continues to go on the attack. As we now come to Southside Hairpin, what does Tutwiler do? Does he defend? No, he stays about the same. Anthony doesn't really give him a huge push, but he's slowly starting to test the waters. He's taking a peek to the inside, coming into the Southside Hairpin. Now to the inner hairpin, he gets in the back bumper, gives him a little bit of a love tap just to let him know he's there. Coming up now, 3 laps to go at the line. Let's see if Anthony continues to stay behind or if he's going to try to push. Takes a wider line into turn 1, able to carry more speed. Let's look at the gap between the two, and guess what? It's coming down. They took 3/10 that last lap. Both Lane Gibbs and Van Dyke did off of Sam Tutwiler, Thomas Anthony. They are closing in, and visually I can see from the booth at the battle that the gap is starting to close. If they get there, it's going to be close. They're looking at 2 laps to go this next time by. What they are praying for is Tutwiler and Anthony to start battling. They need Tutwiler to go on the defensive, and they need Anthony to start to try to make a move into the south side. No defensive, no attack. They're going to stay the same. Anthony, though, a little bit lower on the inside and middle corner than Sam Tutwiler was. There's lap traffic. That's going to slow him down a little bit if the other two can get by quicker, and they will. Up the hill they go again, across the start-finish straight. Double sticks in the air. 2 laps to go. Tutwiler's got a little bit of breathing room between himself and Anthony. Anthony's close enough, not enough to make a dive bomb move. Let's look at the difference between Van Dyke, Gibbs, and Tutwiler. It's down to 0.4, so they took a 10th off. It's not going to be a whole lot, but they are now getting the draft of Thomas Anthony. So those two, nose to tail, are already quick, but now they're starting to get the toe off the top too. We're looking at 1 lap to go this next time by. Tutwiler takes a look back. He sees that he's there. Does he go on the defensive of the south side hairpin? If he does, this is going to bunch up the top 4 for sure. Does he take normal racing line? He does, but he goes a little bit lower, quicker into the south side hairpin and bobbles him down, and off the back, Van Dyke goes a little wide. That's bad news for Gibbs in third. He's going to lose a little bit of help there. That gap is starting to form for second and third. It's now coming down to your leaders. Battle for the lead right here with 1 lap to go. Tutwiler trying to sweep the weekend. Anthony trying to get the win here this afternoon. Into turn 3. Tutwiler goes about the middle parts of the track, normal racing line, over in the double left-handers, through 4, now into 5, heading in the hairpin to 6. Here comes Anthony, down on the inside. He gets through. Tutwiler tries a crossover move. Anthony gets the point. How does Tutwiler respond? Well, he's going to take it side by side down into the bus stop chicane. He's on the outside, Anthony on the inside. Now into Daytona. Tutwiler's got the advantage. He takes his foot out of it. How does Anthony respond? He goes to middle of track, defending. Here comes Tutwiler. Can he get the crossover move? He gets it down low, but he's going to try to dive bomb it into the inner hairpin. Keep an eye on Van Dyke running in third. He might bunch him back up through the inner hairpin. I think Anthony's got it. Tutwiler's got momentum, but he cannot get the clean sweep. It was all coming down to Thomas Anthony taking the win here this afternoon, preventing Tutwiler from doing a 1-2 sweep of the weekend. Give it up for Thomas Anthony, who drove down a half a second deficit between himself and Tutwiler to get the win here this afternoon. So Anthony comes across with the win. Sam Tutwiler finishes to P2. Van Dyke ended up 3rd, Lane Gibbs 4th, Braden Rutter finishing in P5, Maddox Hooper in the 6th position, Gage Justinato in P7, Raider Santos in the 8th spot, Kyler Peebles P9, and Evan Patton rounds out the field in 10th. So that'll do it for our 206 Junior. Up next, we got our 206 Junior Sportsman. Green flag is out for your Briggs 206 junior sportsman, and already off the bat, it looks like a good start there for Titus Roberts. Opens up a huge lead over the rest of the field, something that we've seen from another young man in this pack of AJ Stoner. AJ Stoner, though, is starting a little bit farther back in the field. He's got his work cut out for him, but he did the same thing yesterday in both the mini micros and also the 206 Sportsman. Started way deep in the field, able to drive his way up towards the front, and now let's see if he can do it again. Someone else to keep an eye on, that 5th placement. Jackson Stone has had a good weekend both yesterday and today. Yesterday became more and more competitive as the day went on. Today, he's been competitive off the start. So now, let's see if that Charles Leclerc kart can make his way up to another either podium finish or possibly better what he had yesterday, as we're now watching your leader out in front of Titus Roberts, continuing to lead his way around as they continue to make the way through 6 and 7. We're going to keep you guys updated throughout this race right now. So as we continue on watching Titus Roberts out in front over Thomas Anthony in P2, Easton Shores running in the 3rd spot with Jackson Stone now up into 4th. Easton Shores in the 3rd place in that red nitro. He has got Jackson Stone, the Charles Leclerc kart, all over his back bumper, but the top 2 of Titus Roberts in that new gen Haas chassis leading the way over Dylan Thomas, who I believe is in the Top Kart USA entry, kart number 11. Right on his back bumper. So we got a 3-pack out in front, Roberts, Thomas, and Shores, followed by Jackson Stone and AJ Stoner now. We're talking about Stoner working his way through the field. He is now inside the top 5. He is up now to 4th, and he is slicing his way through. Now let's see him. He's trying to do a 2-for-1. He was able to get around Stone in the previous corner. Now he's going to go in the following corner and get around Easton Shores. He is looking like a veteran out there, just working his way through traffic, trying to have a peek now on the inside to see if he can't catch back up to Dylan Thomas, as he's got a little bit of breathing room, and he's also going to break up that pack. So instead of it being a 4-pack battle out in front, it's now a 2-pack. Then you get to AJ Stoner by himself in that middle of no man's land. Then you get to the 2-pack battle between Jackson Stone and Easton Shores. So now, Stoner has gotten up to the back bumper of Thomas Anthony through the final corner down towards the main straightaway. We've got 11 laps to go heading down into turn 1. And let's see, does Stoner try to push Thomas Anthony a little bit farther? Nope, he's going to lick the stamp and set it up the inside. He's now up into 2nd. Titus Roberts, who is about to take a peek back and see something he wasn't expecting. He probably saw that Stoner was close, but now Stoner's about to be on his back bumper on the exit of turn 6. Down this back straightaway they go. There's Titus Roberts. He's got his head down, trying to see if he can't make himself as aerodynamic as possible. P2 of AJ Stoner is closing through the banking of Daytona, coming up to Southside Hairpin, and just like that, AJ Stoner went from the back of the field up to 2nd place. Now he's having a peek on the inside, look for him to try to make a dive bomb move into the hairpin, or is he going to wait? He's actually going to wait. He's not going to get a nose in on to Titus Roberts down across the stripe. 10 laps to go this time by, and Stoner already trying to set up a crossover heading up into turn 3. He's looking low, and it looks like Roberts thought about defending, is going to open up. They'll allow Stoner to get to the inside. Stoner's not going to go wide. He's going to take his normal line. And just like that, AJ Stoner went from the back of the field up to the lead. Now has a 4-kart advantage over Titus Roberts in 2nd. After Titus Roberts, you go back to Dylan Thomas running in 3rd. Easton Shores in 4th, and Jackson Stone inside the top 5, just barely in the toe of Easton Shores. So now let's continue to watch here. Titus Roberts go to work now as he is leading the way over the rest of the field. 3 laps remain for that driver on the left-hand side of your screen, AJ Stoner, who has had almost a phenomenal race going from the back of the field all the way up to the front. Now has a 4.7 second lead over Titus Roberts running in the second spot and Dylan Thomas in P number 3. Now let's think back to what happened yesterday in the 206 ANKAs. Did almost the same thing, drove from the back of the field all the way up to the front. He has been quick all weekend long. I mean, he's been quick ever since he started running here with WRP, and especially with AMAX Racing right now. He is on that Coyote chassis and an L206, an American chassis and American engine, about to see if he can't be a Hoosier winner today coming across the stripe. He is now working 2 laps to go. Next time by is going to get the white flag. Through the back parts of the track he goes, the newest addition, into turn 6 and 7. Now coming down into the bus stop, that quick little left, right, left, before you make your way onto the iconic Daytona banking that we have here at Whiteland Raceway Park into the south side hairpin. There's a peak farther back into the field of a couple others making their way down towards the straight. I believe that may be Dominic Gaddis and Kason Hendrickson running in the 4th and 5th position. Down into Daytona they go. But now coming up for where the white flag is, Hendrickson has a peek to the inside of Dominic Gaddis. Not enough to get it done. Gaddis on the MPG entry and Kason Hendrickson on the Evo kart with AMAX Racing. They're battling inside the top 5 for the 4th position. White flag was just shown to AJ Stoner, who now has a 6-second lead over Titus Roberts in P2 and Dylan Thomas in the 3rd position. Final time out of turn number 6, heading down this short back straightaway into the bus stop chicane for the final time. There's Titus Roberts, kart number 19, who is running, like we said, about 6 seconds back, but he does have a 1.9 second gap over Dylan Thomas in P number 3. AJ Stoner through the south side hairpin for the final time, making his way towards the inner hairpin. He's got 2 more corners to go, and he will have almost a perfect weekend up the hill and down towards the main straightaway for the final time. AJ Stoner wins in Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. There's Dylan Thomas coming across the line in P number 2. Or sorry, Titus Roberts coming across the line in P number 2. Dylan Thomas comes across in P3. Dominic Gaddis comes across for 4th. Kason Hendrickson will round out your top 5. So that will wrap things up for our Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next, we go back to a senior class. We got the 206 Senior Heavy coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And here we go. Your Briggs 206 Senior Heavy being taken to the green by Adam Dietz, followed by Brennan Hanville. Let's see the green in the air, and it is. Dietz is going to get a good jump to the start. He is going to get a little bit of help there from McCorkindale, moves up into P2. Hanville is going to slot into the third position. Meanwhile, it looks like Austin Fairfield trying to get his elbows up and see if he can't inherit fourth place there from, if I'm not mistaken, that was Matt Geist in kart number 531, the MGM orange helmet, orange framework, white bodywork, who is now working in that back straightaway. And it looks like now Geist goes straight to the back bumper of Fanville, give a little bit of a push. He's trying to get that separation from the rest of the field and see if he can't make it a four-pack battle for the lead coming down into the south side hairpin. Kart number 66, the Eagle. Privateer of Adam Dietz leads the way over Hanville. Another privateer running on the Cosmic Kart. Green suit, purple chassis in the third position, with Evan McCorkindale on the Burrell Art running right there in between in the second position down across the main straightaway for the first time. 14 laps to go for your leader. Adam Dietz out in front, but he has got a bumper full of McCorkindale, giving that a little bit of extra help. All the while, here comes Austin Fairfield in fifth. He is now caught up to Matt Geist, giving him a little bit of a push there through the newer parts of the track as they make their way towards that straightaway, connecting the old to the new through that bus stop chicane. McCorkindale putting his hand up in the air. I think he was fixing his helmet, but he goes straight to the back bumper of Adam Dietz, giving a little bit of a push there through the bus stop chicane, now to Daytona. What does Dietz do? He doesn't defend. He takes over racing line. McCorkindale probably going to wait until he sees the prime opportunity to make the pass. It'll probably be somewhere with about 6 laps to go. He's probably not going to try to do anything too soon now. If he does, he threatens bringing in Hanville into the picture, bringing Geist in, bringing Fairfield in. And right behind Fairfield, Justin Loddock in the 246. He is running not too far behind Austin Fairfield and company. So if something were to happen in that top 4 to bunch it back up, it could be a 5-kart battle for the lead. Right now, it is a 2, followed by another individual of Hanville, followed by Geist and Fairfield. So we got a 2-pack, individual, another 2-pack. I say that. Here comes Hanville. He's working his way up. He's now in the tow of McCorkindale, running in the second spot. 3-pack now going into Daytona corner. Let's see if Hanville is going to try to work with McCorkindale and Dietz, or if he's going to try to get around McCorkindale. But still very early in the race. We got 12 laps to go at the line. We're about 2 laps in out of 15. I may not be good at much, but I think I'm decent at that type of math as they make their way up the hill. 3-pack battle now through the final corner, coming down towards the main straightaway. Here comes Dietz on point. What does McCorkindale do? He took a peek back and saw how close Hanville was. He might try to go on the offensive and just push Dietz as much as he can to get that gap going, or he may try to overtake him and keep him at bay and try to keep that pack bunched up behind him. Through the S's they go of turns 5 now into turn 6, coming down the back straightaway. There goes Dietz. He goes down for a moment, brings it back up, and it looked like McCorkindale followed. He thought about trying to pinch the line off and get that inside advantage through the bus stop chicane, just quite couldn't get it done. And now Dietz is going to drive almost to the middle of the track, but about the same as it was prior. And slowly but surely, here comes Matt Geist for 4th and Austin Fairfield in 5th. 5-kart battle for the lead might be a possibility as we approach 11 laps to go. We are 4 in this time across the line. Out of turn 1, it looks like McCorkindale continues to push the back bumper of Dietz, but how much longer is it going to not work for him, as slowly but surely Hanville, Geist, and Fairfield are coming into the field of view. The reason for this, even though McCorkindale and Dietz are working together and trying to get that a little bit of separation, Hanville has been right there in the toe of those two. He's also cutting the air behind to Geist and Fairfield, trailing by about a kart length and a half. So while the top 2 are struggling to pull away, they're reluctancy to try to pass one another, which is 100% understandable, is allowing the rest of the field to come up towards the front due to the fact of that toe being so proficient on the main straightaway and the back straightaway, as from the inner hairpin all the way down into turn 4, you are flat out, especially in a 206. So when you're wide open and you're getting somewhere in the upwards of 45 to 50 miles an hour, you're cutting that air for everyone behind you. And with the corners being pretty flowy and not quite too technical until you get to turn 6, as here comes McCorkindale on the inside. He takes a spot away, and that's going to bring Hanville into it. So now McCorkindale leads. Geist into, or sorry, not Geist, that's going to be Dietz into 2nd, Hanville in 3rd. Geist running in 4th, Fairfield in 5th, and they are slowly bunching up. But it looks like Austin Fairfield slowly starting to fade away from the 4-pack out in front. So these 4 might be able to pull away and take one more person out of the equation if they don't race. McCorkadale put his hand up and tapped the back of his helmet saying, let's work together. Geist took a peek back, or not Geist, Dietz took a peek back and saw not only Geist, but also Hanville right there on his back bumper. So he might not be too eager to try to force the issue and pass him for the lead, knowing that he could open up the door for a dive bomb from Hanville and possibly Geist. But they're going to stay nose to tail with 9 laps to go, 8 to go next time by. Through turns number 5, heading into 6, then 7, still nose to tail. They're going to go down this back straightaway, heading into the bus stop. Let's see who's got to run. They stay single file, about equal spacing, 1, 2, 3. Geist a little bit closer to Hanville than Hanville is to Dietz. Through the bus stop, they go wide open through Daytona Banking, coming up into the south side hairpin. Not too hard on the brakes as they let the kart flow all the way up to the outside parts of the track. Fairfield seems to be coming back into the field of view. He's got 4 karts in front of him, cutting the air and also doing that accordion effect of bouncing back and forth off each other. Not everyone brakes at the normal point when you're in a pack. Everyone usually backs off a little bit early if you're not the leader, trying to prevent you from running too far up into the back bumper of the kart that you are trailing. So all of this has allowed Fairfield to come back into the field of view. 5-kart battle for the lead coming your way with 7 laps to go, halfway next time by, as McCorkadale gets a little bit of a gap on Dietz that time. Dietz now is going to look back and rely on Hanville to give him a little bit of a push. He's trying to keep that pack together because he doesn't want McCorkadale to run away with the field as they make their way through Daytona. Coming up into the south side hairpin, looks like there for a second Hanville thought about making a move, then he pulled back into line. Matt Geist, meanwhile, in 4th, is seeing all this. He's taking mental notes. He's thinking, okay, I know what Hanville wants to do, which was exactly that, to get around Adam Dietz. Adam Dietz had his hand in the air. He's not too happy. He doesn't want to see McCorkadale run away because he knows it's a strong possibility. As of that last lap, McCorkadale is sitting half a second better than the rest of the field. He's got a half a second gap between himself and now Hanville into the second position. Adam Dietz, while he may be flustered, is probably going to be reluctant to try to make a move on Hanville, knowing he has to work with them to catch back up to the front. He could try to signal back to Matt Geist to get around Hanville, but if they do that, the pass is still going to slow their lap time and increase the gap between themselves and the leader of Evan McCorkadale even more. Coming up, 7 laps to go last time. It's going to be 6 laps to go this time by. We are over halfway of this 15-lap feature. Coming up in the inner hairpin now, let's see what Adam Dietz does. He doesn't look to try to pass Hanville, goes straight to the back bumper, and just like that, the gap slowly starting to close. 0.57 is now down to 0.322 is the gap between McCorkadale and Hanville. Adam Dietz all over the back bumper of Hanville. Like I said before, he may have been flustered, but now he's got to put his differences aside, work with Hanville, try to catch him back up to McCorkadale now coming up over into turn number 6. Out of turn 6, heading up into the banking, through the bus stop chicane now, heading into the banking. It looks like McCorkadale has now got some company because here comes Hanville and the rest of the crew. Dietz, Geist, Fairfield in the field of view. Coming up now, 5 laps to go this time by. Out of the south side hairpin, Hanville has caught up to McCorkadale. Does he try to pass him? He does not. Let's see. Hanville is not afraid to try to get around as quickly as he can. He continues to follow McCorkadale. He might try to throw a pass on him just to keep him at bay and throw him back to the wolves, so to speak, of both Dietz, Geist, and Fairfield now. So we got a 3-pack out in front. Matt Geist has kind of fallen off just a little bit, about 2 kart lengths. He's sitting back and watching the top 3 go to work. And again, just taking mental notes. Try to figure out who's faster where's my advantages at. Austin Fairfield probably doing the same. He was able to catch back up. They're sitting back, saving their equipment, saving their tires, and most importantly, saving their energy. So when it comes to 2 to 3 laps to go, they can start to increase the pressure, so to speak, on the 3 running out in front of them. McCorkadale continues to lead out in front. A little bit of dust getting picked up there from Austin Fairfield. He drops the wheel, falls off about a half a kart length. Now continues to pick it back up. Top 3 now, nose to tail locked in. McCorkadale, Hanville, Dietz. Here comes Geist. He's got a good run. Puts it straight to the back bumper of Adam Dietz. He keeps him up there. 4-kart battle for the lead with Fairfield trailing by about 2 kart lengths. Coming up now into turns number 4 and 5. Heading up into 6 now. Hard on the brakes. Into that big old right-hander. They all stay bunched up. And now, let's see it. Hanville able to get around. McCorkadale decides to try back on the inside. They're door to door. Who does Adam Dietz play favor to? And he is actually going to stay out of it. He backs off. McCorkadale has to back off. Three-pack battle out in front. Hanville, your new leader. Well, he was the leader last time across the line, but Corkadale continues to run into P2. And now, Geist. He's on the back bumper of Dietzy. Just behind Geist, though, Austin Fairfield closed it back down to about a kart length. That was 2. Up the hill they come. The top 4 nose to tail. 3 laps to go at the line. Coming down into turn number 1. Who's going to try to break the train first as they make their way into turn 3 now before you get to 4 and 5. The quick left-handers of turn 4 and 5. A little wide goes Hanville, but Corkadale saw the opportunity, thought about it going into 6, thought better of it. He's now staying into tow. Adam Dietz gets straight to the outside quicker, not able to cut down the track just as much. And now McCorkadale goes straight to the back bumper of Hanville. He had a great run out of 7, but he decided to put it into the back bumper of Hanville, trying to grow the gap, as you're seeing now, between them two before you get to Dietz and Geist. That's going to close back down in that south side hairpin like it typically does. Coming up into the inner hairpin, Adam Dietz now, he's within striking distance of McCorkadale, decides not to make the pass, although that might change, because now 5 karts nose to tail, 2 laps to go at the line, down into turn 1. McCorkadale not close enough to make a move. Dietz not close enough to make a move. They're all equally spaced out. McCorkadale gets a run coming up into 3. He's on the bumper into 4 and 5. Does he try into 6? Out of turn 5. Does he peak down low? No, he stays right behind, but coming out of 7, who gets a better run? Hanville gets a decent run. McCorkadale gets just a little bit better. He's got extra momentum, puts into the back bumper of Hanville, doesn't try to make the move. Now Matt Geist goes to the back bumper of Adam Dietz, giving him a shove. Coming up into the south side hairpin, hard on the brakes. Anyone going to try it here? They all go low. No one is going to open up that inside lane for him. They're now going to try it into the inner hairpin. Anyone going to take on that inside line? They do not. They all stay nose to tail. White flag is now going to be presented this time by. We're going to have one more lap. 1 lap shootout with 5 in contingency for taking the win here this afternoon for 206 Senior Heavy. Coming up now, one of the best passing opportunities is into turn number 6. They go through 5. They go through 4. Who defends? Hanville goes about the middle parts of the track, not all the way down, swings out wide. He's not going to be pinched on the inside. What does McCorkadale do? He's gotten good runs out of turn 7. Hanville defends the inside. McCorkadale running the normal line. Adam Dietz giving him a little bit of a push. Through the bus stop chicane, now into the Daytona banking, into the south side hairpin. Hanville's going to have to defend. McCorkadale is going to pinch him to the inside. Does he swing out wide? He does. How low can McCorkadale go in here to the hairpin? Through the inner parts of the track. He tries to get Hanville loose. Hanville defends. McCorkadale now up the inside. Does he try for the crossover? Can he get it done? The answer to that question is no. Brennan Hanville is going to take the checkered flag here this afternoon. Brennan Hanville takes the win here for 206 Senior Heavy. Evan McCorkadale comes across in P2. Adam Dietz comes across for the 3rd position. Matt Geist 4th. Austin Fairfield rounds out your top 5. So that's going to do it for your 206 Senior Heavy. Up next, it's your KAs. KA 100 Senior coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And the green flag is out for your KA100 seniors. Charlie Steins, take him to the green. Right behind him, the Sodi kart of Adam Maxwell runs P2, and just behind them, you get to AJ Ludd, another Top Kart USA entry, 1 of 3. Right behind him goes Matt Dean on that Top Kart USA as well. And then just behind, you get to a little bit more of a tamed group. You get to the GP kart of the 928 of Carson Sater in 7th. And for those of you wondering why the timing sheet, why Sharapa is shown on pole, he actually had to go to the tail. He's got to work his way through the front, which for a commentator standpoint is a little disappointing, knowing that Charlie Steins, Adam Maxwell, and Sharapa put on one heck of a show. Now it is going to come down to the Charlie Steins and Adam Maxwell show. They got their separation coming down towards the start-finish straight. They're roughly about 1.1 second ahead of now your third placement of Matt Dean. So Charlie Steins, the privateer who's been running everything under the sun, USPKS, Newcastle, Whiteland Raceway Park, KA Senior, shifter now. He's branching off into the higher levels of karting, something we love to see. The hometown heroes making the way onto the national scene of things always have our support. Someone else who's been on the national scene, Adam Maxwell, running USPKS, Stars, Route 66, and as well as the SCUSA Series. So these two have been great representatives for the WRP brand, showing themselves on the national circuit. And right now, we're going to see who's the best of the hometown heroes. Charlie Steins or Adam Maxwell, 1 and 2, making the way towards the main straight, heading down into turn number 1. 13 laps remain this time by, and already continue to grow that lead. 1.7 seconds separates themselves to Matt Dean. A little bit farther back, Daniel Piercy, another homegrown Kentucky and Indiana racer coming from SIRA, Newcastle Motorsports Park, and WRP. He is running on the best kart chassis under the Jim Howell Motorsports division. So we got different manufacturers on the front. You got a privateer, you have Amex, you got Top Kart USA, you have Jim Howell in the top 5, and then you have AJ Ludd, another privateer on a Top Kart USA entry. And then you have Carson Sater, who is bringing back that GP Kart USA brand that has been gone for about 5 or 6 years. They came back in the Indiana side of things about a year and a half ago, and he has brought him to Whiteland Raceway Park. Something else we haven't seen in a while is what you're watching, that orange kart, Sodi, number 2. They used to be the cream of the crop in the FIA and SCUSA division back about 8 or 9 years ago. They decided to bring it back out of retirement, and they are now running in the front. Adam Maxwell on that Sodi, AMAX Racing in P2. But let's not put down Charlie Steins, the privateer based out of Whiteland, Indiana, running on an OTK Tony kart. The number 88 or 988 as it shows on his kart, leading the way currently. 12 laps to go. We're going to keep you guys updated with any changes that happen inside the front. We're going to give you another rundown as we go down the order. So like we said, Steins out in front, Maxwell P2, Matt Dean P3, Daniel Piercy in 4th, Carson Sater in 5th, Ben Bennett the 2nd, running in 6th, AJ Ludd in 7th, Clay Robinson P8, Brandon Heber in 9th, Finley is in 10th, Jensen Almez in the 11th position, Case Perry 12th, and then you get to the KA Masters. We actually have, I believe it's 2 in total. Joshua Nelson running 1st, 13th overall for that one. Just behind him, Augusto Sato Sharapa, who is running actually 13th for the KA100 seniors. And then you get down to Ken Smalniak, who I don't think took the green. There's only one KA Master on the field right now. You're watching the top 2, Charlie Steins and Adam Maxwell. Charlie Steins currently holds a 4/10 advantage over Adam Maxwell coming up on 10 laps to go. There's the rest of the field in view. Daniel Piercy, he's trying to see if he can't work his way up onto the podium. He's currently 4/10s back on Matt Dean, slowly reeling him in for that 4th position. And then you get down to Carson Sauter in that 928 GP Kart USA entry. He can see them out in front, but he needs a quick battle between those two to try to see if he can't put himself on the podium this afternoon. It's going to be halfway next time by as we continue to watch Charlie Steins and Adam Maxwell out in front on your field of view. But let's go back a little bit farther because Daniel Piercy was able to get around Matt Dean. So now the best car has made its way up towards the front. Daniel Piercy inside the podium on P number 3. But Matt Dean, though, he's still quick. I think he didn't know just how close Daniel Piercy was. And let's see if he can go back on the attack and try to run back down Daniel Piercy. All the while, that battle that happened for the 3rd spot has allowed Carson Sauter in that GP Kart USA to bring it to a 3-kart battle for the podium. This is closer than the battle that you're watching right now between Charlie Steins and Adam Maxwell. They're now making their way over into turns 3, now into turns 4 and 5. The quick double left-handers, and Carson Sauter, he's trying to peek on the inside. He does it. There it is on the right-hand side of your screen. Carson Sauter was able to get around Matt Dean. He moves himself up into the 4th spot. As you're now watching the leaders, as we're going to switch back up forward, Charlie Steins and Adam Maxwell continue on in 2nd and 3rd, making their way towards the inner hairpin now. Like we said, it's going to be halfway this time, 6 to go this time by as they make their way through. Let's look at the gap between Steins and Adam Maxwell. Charlie Steins last time was sitting at about a half a second better than your 2nd placement of Adam Maxwell. This time by just about a half a second. So Adam Maxwell has actually plateaued the time that he had. He's not really going at a disadvantage, but as of now, he's maintaining what he has. He's going to hope for a mistake from Charlie Steins and to then be able to make up what he has lost. But I mean, he's right there. He's within striking distance if something were to happen. Problem for him, Charlie Steins, you want to talk about experience in a 2-cycle at Whiteland Raceway Park? That young man has it. He's been here ever since he was running in juniors, just getting lap after lap, coming down here with his father, trying to get as much seat time as possible, and it's paying off for him because the 2 in the best from Whiteland Raceway Park on the national scene are currently running inside the top 2. Let's go down a little bit farther. Augusto Sato Sharapa, someone who was well inside. He kind of bridged the gap between Charlie Steins, Adam Maxwell, and himself. Made a 3-kart battle in the pre-final. Started dead in Charlie in last place. Now finds himself up into 10th overall, in 10th in the KA100 senior field. He's trying to run down Jenston Almes in the 9th position. He is following Blake Finley, Clay Robinson, and then you work your way higher up the order. So we're going to continue to watch with 5 laps to go. Charlie Steins leading the way over Maxwell. Daniel Piercy, I think he has secured that 3rd position, the last step on the podium, although here comes Carson Sauter, someone we haven't seen inside the top 5 a whole lot recently, finds himself in 4th, and now he's trying to see if he can't put himself on the podium. So Carson Sauter comes across the line here in the 4th spot, right behind Daniel Piercy, about 2/10 back. So while this battle for the lead continues on as Charlie Steins is just trying to maintain the gap, we got a good battle for the 3rd spot, heading up into turn 6, now into 7. Daniel Pierce, he was able to get around Matt Dean. Matt Dean was trying to hold him off. Now, let's see if Daniel Piercy can hold off Carson Sauter. I think his kart was set up to come in extremely late in the race because he's gotten faster and faster. Last time by Carson Sauter, he went a 44.033. Daniel Piercy went a 44.281, so he's about 2/10 better. Now they're both down on Charlie Steins. Last time by, Steins went a 43.7. Adam Maxwell went a 43.0, and actually Charlie Steins increased his lead to 9/10 over the rest of the field. So Steins, he can set it on cruise if he wanted to and bring it on home for the next 2.5 laps. But right now, the battle for 3rd is starting to heat up with Charlie Steins, as you're watching on the camera, leading the way, coming up on lap traffic if he's able to get around quickly. And actually he's going to get held up a little bit. That might be good news for Maxwell. Steins able to get by. Maxwell gets by even quicker. So let's see if Maxwell can now use that to his advantage. Last time by, like he said, he was about 3/10 down on Steins. This time by, he should be about a 10th quicker coming across the line. 2 laps to go, double sticks in the air. Charlie Steins went a 44.3. Adam Maxwell went a 44.1, so he was 2/10 better that lap. Let's see if that gives a little bit of motivation to try to find something else that may have been there that he didn't know about the whole time. But he may just have to settle for a plateau right here. Meanwhile, this battle for 3rd between Daniel Piercy and Carson Sauter. Sauter is looking low. He's looking high. He tried to get a nose there on the inside into turn number 5 and 6. Now coming onto the backstretch. He's got a little bit of a run. Decides not to do much with it. He's going to continue to follow Daniel Piercy. I'm going to keep an eye on that battle for 2nd. We're going to watch Charlie Steins bring it on home for the last lap coming up now. He's going to see the white flag this time by. Charlie Steins, who was not here yesterday, shows up at the end of the doubleheader to take the white flag one more time by. for one of the two hometown heroes of Charlie Steins and Adam Maxwell, the future of senior karting here, not only at Whiteland Raceway Park, but also in the U.S. They have both set the benchmark in their divisions, whether it be in KA 206, now Charlie Steins branching off into the shifters. We are proud to say that they grew up racing here, and we're also couldn't be prouder for the fact that they're making themselves more and more known on the national circuit. Through Daytona Corner for the final time. There's the battle for third I was talking about. Daniel Piercy and Carson Sater. Sater has been looking high. Through Daytona Corner they go, but let's see if we can't switch back over to the leaders as they make their way across the stripe to get the checkered flag. Up the hill for the final dime, down towards the start-finish straight. Charlie Steins takes the win here this afternoon for K100 Senior. Adam Maxwell brings it home in P2. Daniel Piercy holds on to the third spot and gets a podium for the Jim Howe Motorsports group on that best kart entry. Carson Sater, the return of GP Kart USA has started here at Whiteland Raceway Park, and he brings it back in P number 4. Matt Dean on the Top Kart USA brings it home in 5th. Brandon Heber, 6th. Augusto Sato Sharapa from the back of the field all the way up now into 7th. So that'll do it for your KA100 Seniors. Up next, we got your micros and your minis coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And welcome back here as we are underway with our micros and your minis. A late entry for someone who already had a full weekend of racing. Danny O'Gara in the micros started at dead in Charlie. He is now all the way up to second. Let's not forget, he competed in the Road Tax National Series at Newcastle Motorsports Park, made the drive back here with his mother, Sarah Fisher, and now he decided to go right back into it, and he is now trying to run down Casey Hendrickson out in front. He's 2 seconds back. I don't think he's got much experience on this layout. We know he's got a lot of experience here at Whiteland Raceway Park, but as far as this layout goes, not quite sure on the setup, not quite sure on what line to take in, but now he's out there getting all sorts of experience. The guy that we're watching right now, though, AJ Stoner for the minis. He had the unfortunate event after red flag of his engine not firing. He had to go to the back of the field. For the minis, he is now leading the way over Austin Taylor. Taylor, who started up on that front row in pole position, he is holding off Titus Roberts and Casey Henderson. That is AJ Stoner out in front, heading through Daytona Corner. We'll give you a full rundown here. So for your minis, you got AJ Stoner P1, Austin Taylor in second, Titus Roberts in third, Casey Henderson in fourth. Titus Robertson in third for your minis. And then going farther on down, Dalton Sears is fourth. Bentley McCain running in P5. Lincoln DeCoster running in P4. That's micros. Next mini is going to be So there's only 4 minis for your micros. Casey Henderson out in front over Danny O'Gara in P2. Going on farther down for your micros, you got Lincoln DeCoster is actually fourth for the micros, not the minis. Then you get to Will running in P number 5, Bo Schlenz running in 6th for your micros, 12th overall. So 2 different classes on the track at the same time. Makes our lives a little bit hectic as it looks like there's an issue over on the back parts of the track. We do have a driver up out of the cart. Let me see if I can't get a name and number for you guys here shortly, but we do have an incident over on the back parts of the track, as we are now given the command for a halfway this time by for AJ Stoner leading the field. And here we are back, and we continue to watch the situation develop here for the lead. Danny O'Gara is all over the back bumper of Casey Henderson. They're coming into turns number 5, heading into 6 now. Let's see if we can't get it on the screen. They're into 6, coming into 7 towards the back parts of the track as we have one off over into turn 1. And let's see it. Danny O'Gara is taking it to Casey Henderson. They're going side by side through the bus stop chicane. That is Austin Taylor on your screen right now. He is leading over Titus Roberts in P2. And all the while in the back parts of the track over into the Daytona corner, Danny O'Gara in the micros was able to get around Casey Henderson. Now Casey Henderson, he was running about half a second behind the lap times of O'Gara, so he's going to have to stay in that tow and hope O'Gara doesn't run away this time across the line. Let's go back and watch. Well, there's AJ Stoner out in front right now. He has got 10 seconds between himself and Austin Taylor and Titus Roberts, who are battling it out for the second position, going down towards the crossover right now. So there goes Stoner, and just now Austin Taylor, Titus Roberts making the way out of turn number 7, heading down towards the bus stop chicane. There's a good shot of the rest of the field. There it is, Austin Taylor running in P number 2 with Titus Roberts right behind him. Austin Taylor on that Kart Republic MPG Motorsports. We're with him for the past couple of years now, both here at Whiteland Raceway Park, also Newcastle Motorsports Park. He's doing the Route Series, he's done the CK&A Series, and he always comes back here to run at Whiteland Raceway Park, where it all started for him under the MPG Motorsports. So now let's watch these two go back and forth. Titus Roberts, though, he is ran a little bit under the New Gen brand as well, the team that's located right next to AMAX Racing, as well as MPG and Top Kart USA. So there's all sorts of teams coming here to Whiteland Raceway Park to develop the future drivers of the US of A, and there are so many now that we're looking at, probably 5 or 6 years from now, will be impressed of how far their careers have come. And now let's sit back and watch these two, Austin Taylor and Titus Roberts, go back and forth and see who is going to end up in that second position, while AJ Stoner now holds well over a 15-second gap. This time by, it is sitting at a little under 15 seconds, 12.5 seconds with 3 laps to go. Your 2 leaders on track, AJ Stoner, Danny O'Gara, cutting the way through the field currently. White flag is out this time for your mini and overall leader. AJ Stoner takes the white flag, trying to see if he can't go 2 for 2 on wins this weekend with the 206 Junior Sportsman. And now for the micro and mini class, he's going to get the, if he is able to pull it off, he'll get the win for the mini and the win overall. This is another reminder. Oh, as we got 2 turn around over there, over in turn 6. Quick reminder here as we're watching AJ Stoner on this final lap. If you haven't already and you are done racing for the day and you have a rental transponder, please make sure you return it to the front lobby so we can get those tucked away and we can have those back when we come later on for the club racing. So if you have a rental transponder, please make sure to return that. Now, let's watch them to the end. You are watching on your screen Austin Taylor and Titus Roberts. Taylor's done a good job of holding off Titus Roberts, but now across the line, taking the checkered flag, AJ Stoner is going to take the win here this afternoon for your minis, and he is going to go 2 for 2 for 206 Junior Sportsman. And now for the mini class, up and coming into the P number 2 is going to go to Austin Taylor and Titus Roberts. And just behind them, coming up on the hill after running nationals, coming across the line, Danny O'Gara takes the win in micros after running Rotex Nationals out at Newcastle Motorsports Park all weekend, had his feature event today, drove an hour and a half over here, jumped straight back into a cart, and did it all over again for the feature. So how about that for storylines? We got a double win, and we also have 2 different race competitions coming in here to Whiteland Raceway Park. Up next, our 206 Masters are getting set to go live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out here for your 2:06 Masters down into turn number 1. Adam Dietz and Matt Geist set to start in the front row, and now it is Matt Geist leading Adam Dietz over into turns number 3 and 4. If you recall back into the pre-final, there was a 2-kart breakaway, and it so happened to be the 2 out in front. Melvin Godzi, he tried to branch the gap between the 2 out in front and the rest of the field, and now he's going to try to do it again as he has worked his way up into P number 3. Just to give you a quick little update as we continue to go on through our racing scheduled program. Up next is going to be KA100 Junior. They are set to go on track next. They're up on grid. 206 Senior Medium is up on pre-grid, and then the final race of the day, 206 Master Heavy, 206 Master Heavy and 206 Super Masters will follow 206 Senior Medium. It has been a good day of racing. They said that there's supposed to be rain in the forecast. We have avoided it all day today as the sun is out and it's about 71 degrees. Can't think of a better early fall afternoon here in central Indiana than we've had today. I want to thank everyone who's joined us so far. If you have already completed your racing for the day and you have a rental transponder, please make sure to return it to the lobby so we can get those things back on the charger, and make sure that they're set to go when we come back in October 7th for our next club race here at Whiteland Raceway Park. If you're into classics, we do have the Vintage Karting Association coming here next week and putting on one of many races that they've done here at Whiteland Raceway Park. I've also been given word that they are bringing back twin-engine vintage karts due to the size here at WRP. So it might be cool to see one of the most historic tracks in Indiana and the US of A with some historic cars running on it. Hey, you wouldn't want to miss it if you're tuning in live and interested. You can find all the information on that on WRP and VKA's website. But we still have the rest of our normal scheduled events still yet to go. And again, our next club race is going to be here October 7th, where we're going to go back to racing, hopefully, possibly, under the lights. We'll see what happens. Everything is subject to change. We're going to continue on with watching our Breaks 206 Masters being led by Matt Geist and Adam Dietz, 1 and 2 out in front here at WRP. So far, the gap they have with the rest of the field, Brian Williams is the third kart in line, running 1.6 seconds behind the 2 out in front. Brian Williams has approximately 1 second between himself and Melvin Godzi. This is similar to what we saw in the pre-final earlier today. Brian Williams up into third, and it seemed like his kart got tight, and he just had to hold on towards the ends. And now it looked like Adam Dietz had a quick look there on Matt Geist, trying it again to get his nose on the inside line. So we're going to sit back and watch these two go back and forth. Adam Dietz has already pushed Matt Geist to a significant margin. 2 seconds they have over the rest of the field. Brian Williams, the closest one, 1.8 that last time by. His gap to Melvin Godzi has opened up. Instead of 1 second, it is now up to 1.2. Last time by, Melvin Godzi won a 49.8. Brian Williams won a 49.5. So he continues to extend his lead out over Melvin Godzi in the 4th position. They fall a little bit farther back to Josh Pacciuni running on the FA kart. He is sitting in P5. His last time by, he won a 50.0. They get to Stephen Taylor, Travis Wilbur, Kevin Molotniak, who had to, I believe, unfortunately pull in a little bit early due to a loose bumper and a safety penalty, had to come into the pits. Unfortunate to see anyone's race in that way. But we're going to continue to go back here and watch. And here comes Adam Dietz trying it on the inside of Matt Geist. He goes down. He's got the inside advantage coming to the bus stop chicane. Matt Geist takes his foot out of it, goes straight to the back bumper through Daytona corner. New leader, Adam Dietz, now out in front, heading into the south side hairpin. And we're looking at 10 laps to go, 5 completed so far. Brian Williams still holds that 2 second deficit between himself and the 2 leaders, but he continues to grow the gap to 4th, Melvin Godzi, now up to 1.5, which was 1.2. So Brian Williams trying to give a little bit more separation between himself and Melvin Godzi in 4, trying to see if he can't lock up a podium finish here this afternoon. So we will sit back and watch as Matt Geist, Adam Dietz, they were going back and forth for position. Dietz had the lead for a little bit. Looks like he lost it back to Matt Geist. He's going to go back into P2. He's going to stay in the tow. And this might slowly, if they continue up this back and forth, bring Brian Williams into the equation. He's now down to 1.3 second gap between themselves and both Geist and Dietz. It was at 1.8, so he went up half a second that last lap due to the back and forth passing. Adam Dietz is trying to recover from losing a little bit of time from that pass from Matt Geist. So he is now about a half a kart length back. Let's see Brian Williams' time. It was 1.349. Let's see what it is now, 1.6. So we actually lost 0.3 that time since Matt Geist and Adam Dietz did not pass that last corner. Melvin Godzi, however, continues to fall just a little bit farther back from Brian Williams, currently sitting at 1.7. It was 1.5. So he opens up another 0.2 to Melvin Godzi, although it looks like he dipped a wheel coming out of turn 6. It's going to upset the back of the cart. So we'll keep an eye on the times for you, but there's the top two. Matt Geist, Adam Dietz. Now going into the bus stop chicane, heading into Daytona Corner. There's that half a kart length I was telling you guys about. Adam Dietz was on the back bumper of Matt Geist at the start of the race. Now he is trailing by about a half a kart length. With that toe, he'll probably gradually start to come back up to the back bumper. You're probably going to see it coming out of this hairpin. He closes up to the back, uses that toe, and now up the hill, he's less than a half a kart length between himself and Matt Geist out in front. Less than 5 laps to go, and it's starting to heat up here towards the front. Adam Dietz is now closed onto the back bumper of Matt Geist. He seems to have turned it up just a little bit more after looking down on his micron and seeing how many laps they've completed. Over into the south side hairpin, it looks like it's still going to be Dietz on the back bumper of Geist. Give a little extra push. The update on the gaps. Brian Williams currently trails 3.7 seconds behind the 2 leaders out in front. Meanwhile, Brian Williams has got to hold on for the next 4 laps as Melvin Godzi has closed it down to half a second behind. So this last position that we're watching on your screen is for the podium. They are trailing, like I said, 4.1 seconds now between your 2 leaders. Melvin Godzi, well within the towing distance, has now gotten it down to 0.2 seconds between himself and Brian Williams for third. Meanwhile, in the front, Adam Dietz has a peak on the inside coming out of turn 7. Not quite enough to get it done there. As they make their way through the bus stop, he's going to have to trail, tuck back into the toe, and try to see if he can't close back up once again to Matt Geist. This next time by, we're looking at 3 laps to go. So we got a 2-pack out for the lead, another 2-pack for the third position. Out of the 2, someone's going to finish out in front, and we will have a top 3 for the podium. Now into the final couple of corners, down towards start-finish straight. 3 laps remain, 2 to go next time by. Here comes the second pack. Brian Williams getting a push from Melvin Godsey. Melvin letting him know that he's there. A little bit of a love tap as they make their way down into turn 3. Gap between those two is now down to 110. So they're basically together. So, a little loose into turn 6 is what Matt Geist got. Adam Dietz able to get around. He is now on point. Now that is going to put Matt Geist on the back bumper of Dietzy, heading down into the bus stop chicane as they make their way towards the banking corner. Through Daytona they go. Let's see, when does Geist try to make his move? Is it down here into the south side hairpin? No, he is going to continue to follow right behind, give a little bit of a push. Now they're going to see double sticks in the air. The gloves might come off now between these two friends and rivals on the grid and track as we see. Double sticks in the air, 2 laps to go this time across the line. When does Matt Geist pull out a line with Dietzy out in front? And also in that second pack, when does Melvin Godsey make his move? Well, Matt Geist and Dietz are going back and forth. Dietz one on the defensive. Matt Geist is going on the attack mode as they make their way through. Adam Dietz holds on for the lead coming out of turn number 7. Matt Geist tried it 2 different times there over in that tighter parts of the new track as they make their way towards the bus stop now. Matt Geist is going to have the toe to his advantage coming down into Daytona corner. Now up into the south side hairpin. Doesn't make a move there. Adam Dietz does not defend. Coming up on the white flag. 1 more lap to go for these two out in front. Update on the battle for third. Brian Williams is still holding off Melvin Godsey. Into the inside hairpin they go. It looks like Geist try to get his nose on the inside of Dietzy. This time across the line coming down into turn 1. What's going to happen? Adam Dietz, he's got a little bit of an advantage over Matt Geist for now. He's going to have enough breathing space over the tighter parts of the track. However, he's going to be sitting like a duck going into the south side hairpin with that toe. Working to Matt Geist's advantage down this entire backstretch, the bus stop chicane and Daytona corner. Out of turn 7, does Dietz have enough room between himself and Matt Geist to make the run down towards the bus stop chicane for the final time? Here they come into Daytona. They're working that inside line. How much does Dietz defend? He goes to the middle part of the track, but not any lower. And here comes Matt Geist. He's closed up. He's on the back bumper. He gives a little bit of a push into the inner hairpin. Who makes the move? And it looks like, a little bit of a love tap from Matt Geist. Dietz holds the inside line and the advantage up the hill, and I think he's going to do it. It is Adam Dietz taking the win here for 206 Masters. Brian Williams comes across the line in that second pack to finish on the podium. So Adam Dietz takes the win here this afternoon. Matt Geist comes across in P number 2. Brian Williams holds off the attack from Melvin Godsey to finish on the podium in P3. Melvin Godsey finishing in P4. Stephen Taylor rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Travis Wilbur finishing in 6th. Josh Petunia 7th. Kelvin Smolniak registered in 8th. We're about to go. We got 3 more coming your way. K8 Junior out next, followed by 206 Senior Medium, 206 Masters Heavy, and 206 Super Masters coming to you live right here on the WRP Racing Network.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Green flag is out for KA Junior, making their way for their 15-lap feature event. It is Braden Rudder out in front with Van Dyke running P2. Mort in the third spot with Landon Brewer in P number 4. Maddox Hooper in the 5th position as they all go single file down the back straightaway. And let's look for Dane Van Dyke. He's been close both in 206 and now KA, and he may have an opportunity to get a win here on the second day of the doubleheader here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Braden Rudder, he's also been competitive in the KA division. 206, he's been competitive, but not quite up as far as he is in the KA 100s. Making their way now. The lap number 1 about to be in the books, and a 3-car breakaway is slowly starting to form on 3 different manufacturers. Braden Rudder running on the Tony Kart OTK, Van Dyke running on the OTK Cosmic, technically a different brand even though they're both OTK, and then Landon Brewer running on the MPG Kart Republic as they make their way through. He's got a little bit of help as well from Ryan Mort, another MPG Kart Republic running in the 4th spot. Maddox Hooper running in a new gen Haas chassis in the 5th position. So the top 3 making the way through, and Van Dyke, he's got his rear view mirrors and it is full of Landon Brewer right behind him. In front of him, he's slowly seeing a gap start to form between himself and Braden Rudder running in the lead this time by. Look for 13 laps to go. Still plenty of time for more action to happen here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Down over into turn number 3 they go. No one tries to peek it down on the inside. They all stay single file, and it looks like a 4-pack is slowly running away from the rest of the field, being led by Rudder, being caboosed by Mort before we get to the second pack, being led by Maddox Hooper in the 5th position. So top 4 already getting themselves spread out. All 4 drivers up on the wheel with their heads tucked down. That is Van Dyke and Brewer running in 2nd and 3rd that you're watching. Just behind Brewer is Ryan Mort. And again, 2 teammates there, both Brewer and Mort running under MPG on Kart Republics, and they're trying to reel in someone based here at Whiteland Raceway Park of Dane Van Dyke. Into the inner hairpins they go. It looked like Brewer may have had a look there on the inside, decided better of it. Also peeked out down towards the main straightaway coming in to turn number 1. Now, Van Dyke goes on the defensive a little bit into turn 3. He's going to start to back up this field. Good news for Ryan Mort. He's watching the 2 in front battle it out, as now here comes Brewer on the inside of Van Dyke. Tries to take the point. Is it going to yield? Yes, it is. Van Dyke back to 3rd. Brewer now up to P2. Now here comes Ryan Mort. He wants to get on the podium. He's given a little bit of a push there to Van Dyke as they make their way through the bus stop heading into Daytona Corner. Coming into the south side hairpin, does he peek down low? No, he's going to play nice and stay right on the back bumper. But this 3-cart battle for the 2nd spot has allowed Rudder to slowly start to pull away from the rest of the field. Up the hill and down towards the stripe they go. 11 laps remain. Plenty of time here for plenty of action as they make their way now into the newer parts of the track. Rudder takes a peek back to see he's got a 3-pack behind him battling it out. One of the best things you can see, leading a pack of 4. You got yourself a little bit of breathing room, and you got 3 all bunched up, nose to tail, heading in to the hairpins now. Out of the S's of turn 7, who's got a good run? Well, it's actually Van Dyke for 2nd. He's got a decent run. He's up on the wheel, trying to stay in the toe of Landon Brewer through the bus stop chicane and into Daytona. Now into the south side hairpin they go. These 3 nose to tail. Rudder running out in front. We'll keep you guys up to date on the pace. And real quick again, if you guys have a Royal Transponder, do us a favor, return that to the lobby once you have done with your races for the day. We got 2 more after this. The final 2 races still yet to go. 206 Senior Medium, 206 Master and Heavy with Supermasters set, ready to go after we conclude this one right here, your KA 100 Juniors live at Whiteland. And we're going to continue to sit back and watch as now Landon Brewer slowly starts to reel in the leader of Braden Rudder. Now down to about a half a cart length out of turn 7. Looks like Landon Brewer shot out of a cannon coming into turn number 3 as he's closed down the gap to about a cart length to a cart length and a half. Through Daytona, and now the south side hairpin they go. What is Rudder going to do? Is he going to defend? Well, there's really no need. He's down by about a car length and a half. Now, but what is Landon Brewer going to do? He's closing up to him. He has a couple of chances to make some really late lunges into the hairpins. However, if he can just sit back and play it nice for about 3 or 4 laps, give a little bit of a separation between himself and Van Dyke and Mort, because as of right now, Van Dyke is trying to hold off Ryan Mort. Ryan Mort keeps looking different opportunities. You can tell he's thinking about making a dive bomb move. If he does that, though, he'll all but seal the deal of the fact that those 2 will be out of contingency for the lead if they keep it up. The leaders, though, Braden Rudder, thought about trying to defend that inside line heading into turn 6. He went just a little bit low, about halfway down the track. Brewer saw this, took the normal racing line, and he is able to close back up even more. into the south side hairpin, now cutting over towards the inner hairpin. There's the top two. Rudder on the OTK Tony kart leading over Landon Brewer on the NPG Kart Republic, heading down into turn 1, making their way now into 2 and 3. The newer parts of the track are more technical, and right behind them, Van Dyke is now officially under attack from Ryan Mort. Ryan Mort was trying to pinch him off onto the inside heading into turn 2. Now he's going to send it up on the inside into turn 6. Crossover move made by Van Dyke. He's going to hold on to it in 7, and now back into the toe goes Ryan Mort. Meanwhile, your two leaders, Braden Rudder out in front, continues to go about 2 kart lengths now ahead of Landon Brewer. Brewer may have backed it off just a little bit to try to save his equipment, save his energy for the end of this one, as we are still not even halfway yet. That is coming this time by 7 laps to go. We'll see cross sticks in the air as they make their way across the stripe. Adam Boros gives them the sign. Halfway for your KA100 juniors being led by Braden Rudder, and we got 2 packs out in front, Rudder and Brewer, followed by Van Dyke and Mort. And I'll tell you what, Ryan Mort, he's getting a little impatient. He keeps trying to send it up on the inside like he does here. Into turn number 6, crossover again from Van Dyke. And then Van Dyke is able to get a better run, closes the gap off over into turn number 7. And just like that, he's got a 2 kart length advantage over Ryan Mort yet again. Now, switching back up to the leaders, Braden Rudder, he is officially under attack as well from Landon Brewer. He's that 2 kart length advantage that he has is now down to about a half a kart length coming in the inner hairpin. Ryan Moore all over his back bumper on the entry of that hairpin. Now up the hill, he's got falls back to about a half a kart length again across the stripe. 6 laps to go this time by, down into turn number 2. When does Brewer attempt to make his move? He is sitting back, watching, learning, trying to figure out the best way to get around Braden Rudder. Does he try it up on the inside? Yes, he does. Sends it up. Can Rudder give the crossover? He gets the outside line, pinches off Brewer. Brewer gets not a good run, and here comes Rudder side by side through the bus stop chicane they go. Who's going to yield? And it's going to be Brewer. He backs off, gives him the advantage to the bus stop into Daytona, tucks right back into the draft, and now he is back to square one. But he did learn a lot. What he learned there is going into turn 6. If he tries to throw it up on the inside, Braden Rudder does have the momentum to roll that outside line through turn 7. Let's see if he tries it again. It's something else that Ryan Moore attempted the past 4 laps with Van Dyke heading up into turn 6. We continue to watch them now over into turn 2. Not quite close enough to make a move into 3, but he sets it up perfectly. Does he try to sit up on the inside? Well, he thought about it. He peeked down low for a second, went straight back into line, continues to follow now into that short straight before we get to the bus stop chicane. 5 laps to go now, 4 to go next time by. Rudder opens up about another 2 kart length advantage through Daytona corner, now up into the south side hairpin. What's going to happen here? Ryan Mort's going to continue to follow. Switching back and giving an update on the battle for third, Van Dyke holds about a 3 kart length advantage over Ryan Mort coming out of the south side hairpin. So the 2 teammates sitting in second and third of Landon Brewer and Ryan Mort are not quite close enough to put the pressure on the 2 that are out in front of him. It looks like we have 1 kart pulled off. That is kart number 9 coming to a stop on the old part of the oval, and I believe that is actually going to be 19 of Maddox Hooper coming to a stop. So unfortunate to see that he was not able to complete the feature this afternoon. But now the battle for third starting to heat up. Van Dyke and Mort side by side into the bus stop. They're side by side out of 7. Who's going to yield? And it's going to be Ryan Mort. But I'll tell you what, Mort's close enough to try to get into the south side. Does he do it? No, but he stays on the back bumper, giving a little bit of a push there to Van Dyke, saying, hey, I know it took me a little bit, but I'm still here and I got the pace. You better stay true or else I'm going to have an opportunity. And he gets it there. Coming out of the inner hairpin, Ryan Mort now up onto the point. He is up into P3. Van Dyke into 4th, and he's going to follow. Meanwhile, up front, Landon Brewer putting the pressure hard onto Braden Rudder with 3 laps to go. Rudder now on the defensive. Mort, he takes the quicker line. Does he have it into 7? He tries it. Rudder has to get out of it. Goes to the outside line. Continues momentum. He's going to have to yield at the bus stop. Does he? He doesn't want to. And they go side by side, and he dips a wheel. Wow. Braden Rudder dipped a wheel into the bus stop. Had to back out of it. And now he's down to about 2 kart lengths onto Landon Brewer. So Brewer now your new leader. Ryan Mort, your new 3rd placeman. Good day for those 2 teammates running 1 and 3 right now. But the question is, will Rudder have enough to bring it back up? Van Dyke, he's collected his thoughts. He's in the toe, and he's now about a kart length and a half back on Ryan Mort into turn number 1. Now coming up into turn 2, what's going to happen here? Rudder hops it once, going into 4 and 5, and I fear he may be starting to overdrive just a little bit, trying to get the advantage on Landon Brewer. As of last time by, Brewer was 0.475 tenths of a second ahead of Braden Rudder. Ryan Mort last time by was 3 tenths ahead of Van Dyke. Coming up this time now, we're going to look for the white flag. One more lap to go. Rudder taking a little bit tighter line there through the south side than Landon Brewer did. Now up into the inner parts of the hairpin. Can Rudder close up the gap out of here? He does, but it's not a whole lot. This time across the line, white flag is being presented. Gap last time was 0.47. Now it's down to 0.40. So he is making up time. It's just not going to be enough unless he can get something huge out of turn 7. I think it may all but be done for Braden Rudder's chances of getting a win here. He hops it out of turn 6, loses a decent amount of time, and now he's down to about 4 kart lengths disadvantage on Landon Brewer. Brewer just has to stay perfect here for the last half of the lap. Through Daytona he comes, now into the south side hairpin. He's still got the advantage, doesn't have to defend out of the south side. He's got one more big corner to navigate here. Into the inner hairpin he comes, holding off Braden Rudder, and he's going to do it. Landon Brewer going to take the win here in KA100 Junior. Braden Rudder will finish on the podium on P2. Ryan Mort comes across to finish in the 3rd spot. Van Dyke will bring it on home in P4, and Mason Gallion will round out your top 5. So that'll do it for your KA100 Juniors. Up next, it's the second to last race of the afternoon. Your 206 Senior Medium set to go here live on the WRP Racing Network. here we go. Hanville and Fox lead him down to the line. Is it green this time? It is. We're green into turn number 1. Hanville, he's going to roll the outside line immediately. Is going to pinch off for P2. Here comes Jared Howerton. He goes to 3rd. Dylan Howerton gets shuffled back 1-2 positions into 5th. So now that is Wilbur up into the 4th spot. Now Hanville goes on the attack of Eli Fox. He's trying to get a nose in into turn number 7. Jared Howerton now up into 3rd. He's on the back bumper of Hanville. Hanville gives a little indication saying, hey, let's work together and get up towards the front. Through Daytona for the first time. Let's see how this one pans out. Over into the south side hairpin they go. Fox holds on to about a half a kart length advantage out of turn 1. Hanville, though, drops a wheel on the exit, gets some dust on the tires, falls back about a half a kart length. Jared Howerton now closes up. Wilbur closes up. Dylan Howerton now. He's kind of rekindled right now. He's making his way up the field. Just behind him, you get a 2-pack. McCorkadale followed by, if I'm not mistaken, that should be Adam Maxwell running in a Evo kart there in the 7th position. So top 4, almost 5, as Dylan Howerton is right on the brink of being on that front train. Here comes Hanville. He's trying to make a move up to the inside. We know he's not afraid to get it done early. He continues to get a little bit of a push there from Howerton. Waves for a thank you. Howerton points forward saying, let's go. Let's catch back up to Fox. We know he's capable of running away from the field. Let's prevent that from happening and keep him in the battle. Coming now into the south side hairpin. Fox bounces a little bit over the curbing. He is trying to see if he can't get a gap. Here comes Hanville. He goes straight to the back bumper. Does Hanville take it here? He doesn't. He continues to work with them, give a little bit of a push. Up the hill they go. Jared Howerton is going to have to stay into that toe. They could run away with it if he's not able to get, 1, a push from Wilbur. Wilbur's down about a half a kart length. And 2, if he's not too close enough to the draft. Hanville does not have an attempt to pass there into turn 2. Doesn't try it in 3, but does he try it in 6? They go through 5, over into 6. He doesn't. He takes normal racing line and stays true. Howerton swings a little bit wide. Dylan Howerton gives a little bit of a push there to Wilbur to close him back up to his brother, running in the 3rd position. McCorkadale gives a signal to Maxwell saying, hey, let's go. Maxwell goes to the back bumper. McCorkadale gives him a push to try to see if they can't close back up to that front pack, but they got some work. About 10 kart lengths separates Dylan Howerton in 5th from McCorkadale, running in 6th. Meanwhile, your top 4, they're bunching back up again. Dylan Howerton working with Wilbur, gives him a push to catch back up to Jared. Jared now is going to get a little bit of a help there from Wilbur to catch back up to Hanville, though Hanville is losing sight of Eli Fox. The last time by, Fox had about a 4-kart length advantage. Let's see if Jared is willing to work with Hanville to catch back up. Dylan Howerton, though, he's getting antsy. He's trying to force a mistake out of Levi Wilbur heading into 3. As he's trying into 6, no, he doesn't. They make their way through the tighter parts of the track, coming out of that final hairpin before we get that long run into the bus stop chicane. Hanville looks back. He gets down on the wheel, points to Howerton, saying, all right, let's try it again. He gives him a push. Down into turn the Bank Daytona corner they go, coming up into the south side hairpin. Hanville getting a little bit more help now from Howerton, although it seems like he's starting to fall off of that pack. He keeps pointing forward, and Jared keeps giving a little bit of a push, but he got a little loose there into the south side hairpin, so he got the work cut out for him. Dylan Howerton has now gotten to the back bumper of Wilbur, giving him a little bit of a push. All the while, McCorkadale and Maxwell, they've worked together. Maxwell hasn't passed. He's given a little bit of a push as well to try to catch back up to the 2-pack in front of them. Now, a little bit of an update here on the story. McCorkadale and Maxwell both have been racing 206 for a while, as there's a pass on the inside from Jared Howerton up into P4, and there goes Maxwell trying to pass McCorkadale. He's going to go to the back bumper. What I was saying is Adam Maxwell has a lot of experience with 206 and Route 66, CK&A, Newcastle Motorsports Park, and Whiteland Raceway Park. He knows how to pack race in L206, and something else he knows how to do is to close a gap back down from being so far deep in the field to the front. So if he sees something he doesn't like and he wants to try to get around it, he thinks the situation might work better if he leads or if he pushes, he will put himself in that spot if that means closing back up in the beginning parts of the race. Now, he did get around McCorkadale. My guess is he thought it might work better if McCorkadale pushes him. So let's see if that duo has anything to say about the front 5. Meanwhile, Fox holds on to about a half a second advantage over Hanville running P2. Howerton continues to push him, Jared that is. His brother Dylan was able to get around Levi Wilbur, and Wilbur is starting to fall off the back bumper of Dylan Howerton. Howerton is a little bit off the toe of his brother in the 3rd spot. He's going to need a little bit of help to close back up, and right now Levi Wilbur is not there to give it to him, so he's going to have to rely on his racecraft and the toe of the 2 out in front if he wants to close back up. Although out of the south side hairpin, looked like Wilbur got a good run. He closes the gap, but not enough needed to catch back up to the 2, running in second, third. Meanwhile, last time by, it was half a second. What's the gap this time by? Anvil comes across the line with Howerton, and it's opened up about, I want to say about 2/100ths to about 5/10ths is the difference. It was 0.48 something. Now it's down to 0.530, or up to, I should say. But Jared just gave a huge push going into turn 2, also into turn 6, so he's antsy to get that kart moving towards the front. Hanville keeps looking back, giving him gestures to go forward, whether it be a tap on the helmet or a wave with your finger pointing forward to indicate, hey, I want to get up to the front. We got to stick together. If those two start to battle right now, that'll all but guarantee Eli the Fox the win, because he'll be able to drive away, get that gap, and there's not much that those two can do about it. So you got to be patient here. Continue to work together, even if you're not teammates, and try to claw your way back up to the front. This time by, 8 laps to go. One more until halfway. Next time by, down into turn number 1. Updating you on the gaps a little bit farther behind. Dylan Howerton is still in that no man's land position. He's in between his brother and Hanville, running third and second respectively, and he also doesn't have much help from behind, although he may have a little bit of help here, because here comes Adam Maxwell around Levi Wilbur. So Maxwell is one of the quicker karts on the track. Last time by, Maxwell did a 48.1, fastest lap for leader. Eli Fox was a 48.3. So he is moving here. The question is, when he gets up to Dylan Howerton, if Dylan Howerton doesn't make his life difficult, he might be able to stick to the back bumper, stick to that toe, and then follow him up to the front. But the question is, with the toe, will Levi Wilbur make Adam Maxwell's life a little bit difficult? If he has a run on it, does he try to stick his nose in there, bobble the momentum? As of now, I think I think Maxwell might be out of the towing distance between himself and Levi Wilbur, who is now running in 6th. Cross flags are given this time by halfway. Let's look at the gap to leaders. Last time we checked it was 0.59. This time we check it 0.466. So the duo of Hanville and Howerton are closing the gap, but not as quick as it needs to be. They are making progress. They're getting closer and closer to that heavy part of the toe coming off of Eli Fox. However, they're going to need to get down to about 2/10ths before they can really cut the air, or getting the air cut through by Eli Fox, your leader. This time by, look for 6 laps to go. Howerton glued to the back bumper of Hanville, give him that little extra push that he needs to try to close back up to Fox. This time by, it was 4.66. This time by, it is up to 0.555, so about a half a second is now the difference. Howerton's going to need something huge here to give a push to Hanville. Hanville's going to need to pick it up just a little bit, and it looks like Howerton is tired of pushing. He goes around Hanville. Let's see if this duo has anything to say about it. It is now Jared Howerton up into P2. Hanville now in 3rd. Let's see if Hanville can close back up with the draft and give him an extra push. Meanwhile, there is a lapper out in front of Eli Fox, so let's see how quickly Fox can get through lap traffic. He is going to catch him at maybe one of the worst moments, coming up into the inner hairpin. The lapper sees it. He looks back and indicates, hey, I know you're there. I'm going to try to get out of your way. Through the inner hairpin and now up the hill, and Fox gets bobbled a little bit. He goes on the inside line. That's going to close the gap back down. It's easier for Howerton and Hanville. What's the gap? It's 0.532, so it's staying about the same, but I think we're going to actually see the distance of it this next time by. That bobbled Fox's momentum down into turn 1. That's the longest straightaway, and I think the duo of Hanville and Howerton might work a little bit better. All in the while, Maxwell was able to get around Dylan Howerton. They are now running very close lap times. Maxwell won a 48.5. Howerton won a 48.8. So those two are similar in times. They are linked up nose to tail. Dylan's giving him a push when he can. I think off of sheer pace, Adam Maxwell is quicker. Actually, he is quicker because Maxwell's running quicker times than the leader of Eli Fox. So let's see it. Can Howerton follow Maxwell up towards the front? This time by, 4 laps to go. The gap to the leader is closing down. It's 0.579. What is it this time by? 0.552. So it's coming down slowly. I think they get the better runs over in the tighter parts of the track, especially down that long back straightaway. But the closer they can edge up to it, the more of a draft they're going to get. The question is Hanville going to get impatient and make his move on Howerton, or is he going to see this one through? If you can see the gap closing, you might think, all right, I'll give it 2 laps to see if we can actually catch up to the back bumper of Fox. But if not, it's all bets are off. We're about to find out here shortly. This next time by, 3 laps remain. Looking back now, Adam Maxwell in 4th. He is slowly pulling away from Dylan Howerton. Howerton's about to follow that drafting range, but Howerton does have some breathing space between himself and Levi Wilbur, about 1.5 seconds between the two of them. Now, up the hill, Howerton, he is closer now. Let's see what it is. He's maybe within that deep draft, and it is going to come down to .483. He took a tenth off that last lap. If he can get another 2, he might be right there on the last lap. Over through the back parts of the track. Coming up now into the hairpins of turns 6 and 7. He doesn't drop a wheel. He stays fairly clean through there. Hanville, though, is starting to fall away from the toe of the top 2. So Howerton is getting closer and closer to the toe, and it's a little bit of a runaway effect. Once you get up to a certain point, you continue to get a better run down those long straightaways into the south side hairpin. Howerton's got to stay clean here through that south side, and he does close it up to the back bumper of Fox, and he's going to do it again. He's right there in that deep toe. 2 kart lengths separate Fox and Howerton into the inner hairpin. Up the hill they come. It is now about a 1 kart length disadvantage to Howerton. 2 laps to go across the line, and Jared is now within striking distance. Last time by, .223. So he is in the deep toe. He's got the run, and now he has been sitting back and watching Fox this entire race, and he might have a chance at it. The question is, does he take it here when he can, or does he wait until the last lap? Out of turn 7 and down the backstretch. Looks like Fox looks back and gave a gesture saying, hey, push me. But if you're Howerton, you know you got the space from behind and you don't have a lot of time on your hands. Into the south side hairpin. What's going to happen here? Both lightly on the brakes up the hill. Howerton has maintained the gap. He hasn't really closed a whole lot now, but he is going to go straight to the back bumper of Fox into the inner hairpin. Fox goes a little wide, and now Howerton's glued to the back bumper. White flag in the air. One more time by. Fox gives a tap on the helmet, telling him to think about what he's about to do here, and I think he's about to sit it up the inside. No, he stays on the back bumper. When's he going to make the move? Is it coming up in the 2 corners now to turn 6? Fox goes the inside to defend. Massive crossover move. Howerton to the point. New leader going down the back straightaway. Now, Fox has got the toe and the back straight of the chicane. Is he going to have a run into the south side hairpin? They go through the bus stop chicane into Daytona corner. Fox does have a run. What does Howerton do? He defends the inside, and now he's going to swing back up to the middle parts of the track. He's got one more hairpin to defend. All the way down, almost to the grass, up the hill. What line does he take? He goes low. Does Fox have enough for a side-by-side photo finish? He's got to run up the hill. Who's going to get it? Jared Howerton gets it at the line. How about that? Jared Howerton, after starting in the 4th position, works his way up to get the win here this afternoon over Eli Fox for P2. Adam Maxwell, how about that drive for him? All the way in the back of the field up to P3. Brennan Hanville finishes in 4th. Dylan Howerton, P number 5. Evan McCorkadale in 6th. Levi Wilbur in 7th. Braden Mayfield finishing in 8th. Mason Green 9th. And Luke Sagner finishes in the 10th position. So that'll do it for our 206 Senior Medium. Up next, the final race of the day, 206 Masters Heavy and 206 Super Masters, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network.
this the last race?
And welcome back here as we're watching the 206 Masters Heavy and 206 Supermasters as they are going nose to tail now. And we had a 3-kart battle for the lead. Melvin Godsey out in front. Derek Hastings, who started up front and actually ran away with it in the pre-final, running in P2. And then Brian Williams, he's had a good day. He picked up a podium in the Masters event, and now he's trying to pick up another podium in the Supermasters as they make their way, Masters Heavy, as they make their way into the inner parts of the track. Melvin Godsey, who picked up 4th in the Masters field, continues to lead now. So Derek Hastings, who who was dominant in qualifying and pre-final, seems to be struggling just a little bit. He fell off the pace. Melvin Godsey got back around. So now let's see as he 2-wheels it. Oh, that wasn't too good. Derek Hastings got up on 2 wheels heading into turn 5. Looks like he may be a little too gripped up all together there in that kart. That may be why he's slowing down just a little bit, as here comes, if I'm not mistaken, that's Brian Williams now for 3rd. He might be trying to go for 2nd. 2nd and 3rd would be a good way to go home for this weekend as they make their way into Daytona Corner. Let's see if he has anything for him this time by. Hastings does not defend. He's going to stay to his normal racing line. Williams is going to be right behind him, making their way up the hill now to the inner parts of the track. And Hastings looks like he got shot out of a cannon coming down into the inner hairpin now, closing up that gap to about 2-3 kart lengths behind of Melvin Godsey, the flying mechanic. Would love to get a win here. He's gotten a handful at Whiteland Raceway Park, split between the different master classes that we have, and I think he would like nothing more than to add to his shelf. There is a lapper out in front. That's going to slow him down. Here comes Derek Hastings. They split the lapper. Derek Hastings goes to the front, and how about that sportsmanship? He knew that that wasn't the best way to get the lead. He gave the spot back to Melvin Godsey. He could have easily made his life more difficult, and how about that for true sportsmanship on track? They're both going for the same thing. Hastings understood the situation, gave the spot back to Melvin Godsey, and all that together made my life easier because now we got a 3-pack race to talk about. We got 3 going for the win. Godsey out in front, Hastings in P2, and now Brian Williams trying to get his first win here at WRP in that 3rd position. Coming down towards, they're going to burn another lap on the start-finish straight. 7 laps to go, halfway this time by. Down into turn 1, Hastings, he's got to run on Melvin Godsey. What's he going to do here? He's going to take him into 2? No, he doesn't. He's going to follow in through 3 and 4. He may have an opportunity coming up into 5 and 6 as he pick it down low. Melvin takes the defensive line. Williams thought about trying to get a nose in on the inside of Derek Hastings through turn 7. Now towards this little back chute before you get to the bus stop chicane before you head into the Daytona Corner. What is going to happen here through Daytona? They're going to actually spread out a little bit. Melvin opens up a 2-kart length lead over Derek Hastings for 2nd. Brian Williams stays glued to the back bumper of Derek Hastings. Coming down now up the hill into the inner hairpin. Again, 2-kart deficit between Derek Hastings and Melvin Godsey. This time by, look for 6 laps to go across the straightaway into turn number 1. What is going to happen here with about, like I said previously, 6 laps to go into turn 2? Godsey takes the higher line. Hastings goes a little bit lower. He's locked in. He has an opportunity. The wheel picks up, but it's not going to stop him now. Does he try it into turn number 6? Godsey actually defends the inside line. That's going to pack him back up. Brian Williams having a great weekend altogether, goes straight to the back bumper of Derek Hastings, comes down towards the bus stop chicane, giving him a huge push now into Daytona Corner, heading into the south side hairpin as they make their way down. Nose to tail at the top 3. They've spread out. Now they're back together, approaching 5 laps to go with 3 karts in contingent. Williams has a peek to the inside, thought about it, Hastings goes straight to the back bumper of Gods. It gives him a little tap to let him know that he's there. Making the climb up the hill before they make that run all the way down to turn 6, wide open. Through turn 1, close together. Williams still on the back bumper of Hastings. Is he going to peek it down into turn number 2? No, he doesn't. Now into 3 and 4. What's going to happen here? And it's actually going to be Hastings going to the back bumper of Godsey. Down into 6, Godsey defends. Hastings taking a little more racing line. He's trying to set him up for a crossover, just can't get there in time. And now he's glued to the back bumper of Godsey. Here comes Williams, though. Gives a little bit of a push to Hastings. Hastings is pointing his hand forward, saying, I know I'm making my mistake. We need to get it back up there. I think I got it this time. It's going to be 4 laps to go at the line. Down towards the south side hairpin. They stay nose to tail. Up the hill they come. Down into the inner hairpin. Who is going to take it? Who's going to make the first move? Is Hastings going to sit up on the inside? He does not. He stays on the back bumper. Actually gets a good run up the hill now. Coming towards turn number 1. Hastings has an opportunity heading into turn number 2. What is going to happen if he can maybe get a nose in? Lapper is now coming up again. Melvin Godsey might be having flashbacks now to what happened before. Great sportsmanship on the Lapper's part. Moves over, gets out of the way, lets the top 3 continue on as they head now into 6, followed by 7. Hastings gets a poor run out of 6. A little bit better into 7, though. He sacrificed a little bit into 6, got it back into 7. He's staying right at that 2-cart deficit. This next time by, they're looking at 3 laps to go. 3 carts in contingency through Daytona. Now coming up into the south side hairpin again. This is going to bunch them up as well as the inner hairpin they go. Hastings closes it down to about a 2-cart, or now a half a cart length coming up, and he tries on the inside. Hastings, new leader. Here comes Brian Williams. He tries to go 2 for 1. Williams on the inside. Godsey, is he going to yield? Down the main straightaway. Godsey gets momentum. He goes to the back bumper of Hastings. He stays in that 2nd spot. When's he going to make his move? Is it down into turn 2? It's not. He's going to stay on the back bumper of Hastings through turns 4. Oh, major 2-wheeling bicycling there from Derek Hastings. And now goes Melvin Godsey. And here comes Hastings for the crossover. He's trying it. He's rolling the outside. Does he have enough momentum? He's got a good run out of 7 now coming into the quick little bus stop chicane. They're door to door. Who's going to yield? Melvin yields. Now Hastings on point. Brian Williams is sitting and watching this next time by. Look for 2 laps to go through the south side hairpin. Now up the hill into the inner hairpin. Godsey, he trying it again. He gives a quick little bump to the back bumper of Hastings, letting him know he's there. Trying to give a little extra of a push. Up the hill they come down towards the main straightaway. Hastings has got the point. There's a little bit of a gap between the top 2 and Brian Williams. The question now, does Godsey try it into 2? No. And right here, Hastings, he 2-wheels it, and he does it again. That left side lifts up because of all the grip. Here comes Godsey. He tries on the inside. They both go wide. And just like that, Brian Williams now tries it. He's side by side with Godsey for 2nd. He's got the toe. Who's going to yield over to the bus stop? It's going to have to be Godsey. He's got the inside, but he doesn't have the advantage. Williams goes through for 2nd. Godsey falls off. Now, can Brian Williams be a first-time winner here at WRP? Through the south side chicane, Williams tries to get a nose in. He goes to the back bumper of Hastings. Coming now into the inner hairpin. Will he have it here, or is he going to wait for the white? Doesn't try it. Sticks to the back bumper. Melvin gets momentum. Here comes Brian Williams on the inside. It's going to be white flag across the line. Williams has the point into 1, but he's not going to have it into 2. Here comes Godsey. 3 wide into turn 2. Melvin Godsey gets on the inside. He's now going to force Hastings down. Here comes Williams. Up in for 2nd. Godsey goes to the inside. Now into turn number 6. They go single file. Who's got it out of 7? Here comes Williams. Deep on the inside. He's got the drive. Godsey has got the advantage. Hastings up on the wheel. They're going to go side by side. Williams is going to have to yield now through Daytona. Who's going to try it on the inside into the south side? And it looks like a defensive line there from Derek Hastings. He won't have it out of there. 1 more corner to try. Up the hill into the inner hairpin. Godsey, as he tries for the haymaker. Derek defends. Is it going to be a side-by-side finish? Here comes Williams to the back bumper of Godsey. Not enough, but it's enough momentum across the line. Derek Hastings gets it at the line. How about that for a final race of the day? Your 206 Masters Heavy and your 206 Supermasters are going to close out today's events here at Whiteland Raceway Park. I want to thank everybody who made the drive here and stuck with us all weekend long. Be thankful for the beautiful weather we had all day today, and we look forward to seeing all of you guys back here October 7th for the next round of the club racing here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Once again, if you have a windshield transponder, please make sure you're turning it back into the front lobby. We want to wish everyone safe travels going home. Everyone, please make sure you make it home safely. We want to thank you guys once again. Please race on.